Hello, everybody. Welcome to Reading Sprints. Richie and I are just here to hang, to be
Hello.
honest. We're going to probably talk some shit and read some books. I don't know.
That seems to be the plan.
Yeah. Are you reading anything right now? I know you've been so busy, though, with
I
everything.
have been, yeah. I'm okay. I got this book, me using the receipt as my bookmark. Don't don't drag me. Hang on, I have a bookmark here. Hang on. Wait. Oh, this is quite literally the bookmark you sent. Please. That's the bookmark you
That's
sent me for this
hilarious.
one. We're using that. Anyway, I'm reading Exquisite Corpse by Poppy Z.
Ooh.
Bright. It is a gay serial killer, possibly romance. I don't quite I'm so deep in it to still don't know. But it's fantastic. It's set in the 80s. It's incredibly gay. We're following right now there's four characters who all have POV chapters. None of them have met yet. So we're just
Halfway through, there's no crossover.
no crossover.
Wow.
At
All right.
least two serial killers of the four. We don't really know why the other two are there. Um, just delightful. And I'm having a really good time with it. So I'm actually super excited about this because I have not had any time to read. And so I was like, wow, I know when I can.
Mm-hmm. That's a big mood.
Oh, yeah.
I'm almost done with House of Hollow.
Okay.
Which is very good, actually.
Yeah. Okay.
So I was reading this author Crystal Sutherland's new book too, The Invocations. It's like a witchy 2024 release. But House of Hollow is super good. This one's YA horror, but it's like nature horror, very creepy, weird. There's this place in the book called like the halfway, which is like in between the living human world and like death, where it's this like limbo world. So it's interesting. It's kind of giving like T. Kingfisher energy.
Okay.
So
I know the cover is giving
like
very Wilder Girls, like Rory Power, that kind of vibe.
Yes, absolutely. But I like it. It's about these three sisters and they got like kidnapped or something when they were kids. And somehow they ended up in the halfway place and it like changed them and they came back and they were different. So
we love a horror where somebody comes back wrong.
Yes, exactly. Creepy. So good shit. And I'm also almost done with another book. It's on my iPad though. I got too much shit on my desk. Just give me a second. Oh my god, my iPad's upside down. So ain't that just the way? Hello. Is anything today working? No, I don't want to update my iPad. Goodbye. Jesus.
Why it's always my iPad you have like something to do and they're like, do you want to take 70 minutes and just do a quick little update? And you're like, okay,
like not really, but thanks.
Playing dress up games at 2 a.m. instead of when I'm like doing a thing, but I guess.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Ain't that just always the way though? Give me the cover. Hello. Good God. It took me 700 years to get out there. Oh my God. Don't do that to me. Right now in this moment? Rude. Swifted Saddled.
You've been very into this sort of like almost pop art kind of Western cover, and I'm very if that replaces Canva for ever, I'm so down.
Yeah. Honestly, it's really good. So it's the sequel to Done and Dusted that we read for book club last month. That seems like it was 700 years ago, but I guess it was last month. And it's really good. 2 is way better than book 1, in my opinion.
Okay.
So,
that's kind of rare.
Anyways.
I also have, if I have
cowboy romance.
I don't think I'm gonna finish this, but if I do finish this, I have this guy ready to start because I do need to read this again. I've definitely read it before, but gotta get on that.
Absolutely. No, I feel like I'm in the middle of like so many books and so many videos and so many life things, all at the same time.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've it's kind of nice right now where I'm like really at the point where I can kind of choose what I'm like participating in. I don't have too many like obligations in terms of that kind of stuff, but the problem with that is that means I'm doing nothing. So I'm rewatching Supernatural.
That's fair.
So that's how I'm spending my time.
I love that for you.
Decided
That's
as a
popping.
sexy little treat at my big age, I'm
Fabulous.
gonna start rewatching Supernatural. And it slaps,
I
I'm
haven't
not even
watched
gonna
that show
lie.
in
It's
so
very fun.
long.
Yeah. Well, I watched the first 8 seasons, and then I didn't watch the last 7, so I'm like, now I'm gonna watch all 15, and there's gonna be 7 seasons of stuff I haven't seen, so I'm actually I'm like, "Alright, this is gonna be kinda fun."
Yeah,
It's like an old
it's
show
kind
and a
of new.
new show all in one.
I like that. I like that. That's awesome. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what is going to happen over the next couple of months because it's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
going to be here.
I am gonna be there, and I'm gonna be so honest with you,
It's
I
going to be
need to buy
great.
that plane ticket so bad. Every day of my life, I'm like, I have to buy the plane ticket, and then I just don't. So I need to do that. And that might be what I do
Uh
when I
huh.
get off this call because it needs to happen. But it will.
Understood.
I
Understood.
have
Peyton and I
I
would
have
love to come
money
see
like
you
set
sometime.
aside for it, so it's not like like I am prepared for it. But I also am like, just because you have the money set aside doesn't mean you've done anything yet. Like, do something.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. But we
But
would love to come see you sometime
I would love for you to come see me.
at some point.
I
But
Yeah,
I also am
someday.
like, yeah, everybody's so, busy with all the things, but we should find a time to do that though,
Yeah, 100%.
because
No, I'm super down.
yeah, we got to
I
go see some other things.
I did a I did a web series when I was 19. This is more, I think you know, but this is more lore just for everyone else. But one of the girls in the web series reached out to me today, and this is the first time we've spoken in like 7 years, straight up. And so we were talking because one of her friends just found out that we did this web series. And we were like, "Hey, it's about to be the 10-year like anniversary of us doing this." And so we've been talking about doing like a reunion. I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna be honest. I'm about to start a group chat and be like, if anybody wants to see the Mall of America, straight up, we should just come hang. Like, I haven't seen y'all in a decade. Let's just do it." So I'm very in my you can come visit. I am working all the time, but there's at least I live in a city. Like in Moscow, when you're like, "Hey, come
Hmm.
visit," it's like, "And do what, girl? Sit at the cafe for 8 hours while you work? No, thank you."
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're like,
But
go hang out in the arboretum and get
there's
sunburned
like
to death,
lovely
like with the
places,
goose, like
love them, and like I would love to come visit, but I also like lived there and know places. If you like don't
right.
know the area, it's like there was nothing to do. So I'm like, at least
Yeah.
I'm near like a metropolitan area, and I'm like, well, you can go downtown, you can see all sorts of sights. There's all kinds of shit to do around here.
Hmm. That's very cool. But yeah, Peyton and I we got to figure our stuff out because we
Yeah,
keep talking about doing this move sometime. We've been talking about this for like 2 years.
yeah.
So we're like, we need to figure out what the plan is. And I'm not gonna lie, I have days where I just go and like am like house hunting in Minnesota, and I'm like, why am I doing this?
I'm saying,
you
at
know,
least you know
you
one
have
person.
yeah, you have those days where you're like, I gotta go, I gotta get out of here. I'm just scrolling Craigslist. I'm like, well, look
So
at this cabin in the woods. We could live there.
when you're on your break at your job and you're fully like on Indeed in Arizona, and you're like, let's just see, what's the worst that could happen?
Exactly, exactly. Oh my god, how did you end up finding your current job in Minnesota? Were you
I
on Indeed?
No, I didn't have a car, and there's like a little strip
Oh,
mall area that's a mile away from my house, and I was like, that's walkable. And so I literally like printed out like 16 resumes and just pounded the pavement and got 2 jobs off of it. So like, hey, everybody who says all you can do is apply online, I just in last year got 2 jobs off of handing a resume to a person and being like, "Do you want to hire me?" And they did.
wow.
So I was like, "All right, sick." So that's how I found my gig, but it ended up working out really, really nice because I actually like it a lot. And now when I do have a car, because I had a car this winter, and it was like a 2-minute drive, and I was like, this kicks ass. So
Nice.
it was good.
Slick. It's very cool.
I love my hair is getting dark enough that my entire head is just fading into the background that is my TV. This is so Cash Money. We love to see it. Also, the mullet. Hang on, I'm gonna take off these things. The mullet is coming along.
I love how you're like, the mullet's coming along, but I want to shave my head.
I know, but like,
You sound like
listen,
Noelle. Noelle was
it's
like,
just
"Can I shave
hot.
my head before your wedding?" And I was like, "Yes." And they were like, "Well, I feel like I should have hair." And I was like, "I don't care. You can both
I
shave your heads and just be like
love
bald
that.
people if you want. That'd be really funny, actually."
That'd be
I
actually
really
iconic.
don't-
Listen, Noelle, if you watch this, let me know if we're gonna be baldies at the wedding because I'm so down. No, I just
Oh my
honestly, and
god.
this is so stupid, but like I just need to trim my bangs, and I feel like once I trim my bangs so they're not completely in my face, I'm gonna be like, I love the mullet, but right now, like this is not working out. I am dying, and it's 8
Where's
billion
Richie? We
degrees.
don't know.
Yeah, truly. I feel like an anime character.
Oh my god.
You haven't seen the
That's
worst of my
hilarious.
powers. Like it's so much. Ugh.
Uh, honestly, I mean, if my options are between you haven't seen my powers and I'm bald at the wedding, which one would we prefer?
Those are your
Kind
choices.
of
I'm the best
50-50.
bridesmaid ever. Do you want me to look
Regardless,
like an
though, yeah.
anime villain, or do you want me to be full G.I. Jane? No, I also was kind of thinking of shaving it now, so at least I'll have like a little bit of hair when the
Hmm.
wedding comes, so it's not like a full buzz. But we'll see, truly, what happens. I have a day off tomorrow, so I might just roll up hot to work on Tuesday. Oh, and everyone will just have to deal with that.
I think that's hilarious. Whatever happened with that creepy guy at work? Oh,
He
there's more tea
stopped
on
coming
him. I
for a
thought.
while and now he comes back again. But he tries to come on my days off. But because I like cover for people and whatever, sometimes I'll show up and
Mm,
he's there and he always looks so geeked. Like he's always just like whenever and I'm like, I work
why?
like I'm allowed to be here, King. What? And he like does not talk to me, like refuses to look in my direction, and it's very funny.
Why? What changed from him being like nothing? He just finally
No.
got the hint, or
Well, okay, so he when he left, because he did leave, he like went to me and told me he was like, I'm gonna stop coming because if people are uncomfortable, I don't want to be there. And I was like, oh, okay, sounds good. Like, you don't really need to fucking tell me, just stop going. But like, okay, thanks. And then like, yeah, 2 weeks later, I'm covering a shift for somebody. I show up on a day I'm not supposed to be there, and guess who's there bright and early, 6 a.m. And I was like, interesting. So you're not going to be there anymore. You just mean you're not going to be there when I can yell at you for hitting on the teenagers. That's cool. That's cool.
so he
So
hits on
yeah.
the teenagers too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No,
Cool.
the one I was telling you about, 17-year-old,
Mm-hmm.
he asked her what her schedule was around Christmas so he could bring her a handmade Christmas gift, and we were all like, "Oh, we're about to beat you to death. Like, unfortunately, it is your time to go." Um,
A handmade Christmas gift. I'd be like, brother, are you trying to crochet me a blanket?
I
Can you read the sign that says we don't like you, please?
And
Leave.
here's the problem is I'm like, he's a sculptor, so like I guess, but also like, what you sculpting for a teenager, bruv? What's the sculpture, bruv? Like, well, we never knew. We straight up were like, don't. So I don't know.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so he's back, but
Hi.
whatever. Hello,
Pocketful
Scorpio
of
rising.
rye.
This is a sick. Oh, I love that picture.
Very
Pocket
cool.
Full of Rye by Agatha Christie. I have not read Agatha Christie.
I have not either. I
And
feel
I
like
feel
I
like
should
that's
have.
a huge blind spot for someone who says that they like
Yeah.
horror and mystery to just straight up never read Agatha Christie.
Yeah. And
Are you
with how
liking
much
it so
Agatha
far?
Christie we had. Yeah, tell us how you like it. We
Yeah.
also had Agatha Christie at the bookstore.
Yeah, we
That
surely
was it.
did. We had a ton of it.
And we didn't know anything about anything.
Nope. I feel like the problem with working at a bookstore is that you don't this is going to sound awful. You don't need to read popular books when you work at a bookstore because everybody knows already. Like
Right.
nobody's going to be like, "Who's Stephen King?" to you. Like so you can fully ignore that and kind of dive into more niche stuff so you can give recommendations that aren't just like, "Have you read The Great Gatsby?" So like I feel like I actually got more blind spots on like big names working at the bookstore than I
Hmm.
expected because like you just don't need to deal with them as much.
I agree
I don't
with
know.
you on that. I agree. That's a very good point, actually. Oh my gosh. Well, do we want to sprint?
Let's sprint. How long are
Let's
we sprinting?
do it. That's a fabulous question. What are we feeling? Are we feeling 30? Are we feeling more than 30? Not in
Uh
years and minutes. Let's be clear on that right now.
30 years.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I feel like 30. I feel like 30 is a good start. We'll start with 30, and if we feel like we can go longer on the second one, then we'll decide from there.
Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Okay, let me get my ducks herded. My
I'm like,
ducks, my cats, whatever animal they are. I guess they're ducks. I
I
don't know
think
why I
ducks in
keep
a
talking
row
about
and let me
ducks.
herd my cats are the two things you were trying to say
Uh-huh. Yeah.
there. Love that.
Ducks. Whatever.
I'm gonna mute myself. Honestly, now I'm not reading smut, so I don't have to turn off the camera anymore. So that's nice. I do have the second book in that series. I finished that book and it was awesome. It was so great. And now I have the second one, so I got to read that.
That's hilarious. All right, I'm also gonna mute, so you
All
can't
right.
hear my cat screaming or me screaming at him or whatever may occur.
Oh,
Hard telling.
all right. See you in a bit. Hello.
Hello.
Leave it to me to make a joke about not reading smut anymore and then saying that the characters hadn't even met yet, and then immediately in the next chapter, two of them met and had sex, and I had to fight for my life through the sex scene as the camera's on. I was like, God, please, I'm begging.
Fight for your life. Was it bad?
Yeah.
They didn't even know each other, and then all of a sudden that just happened? That's really...
Well, one of them was the other one's dealer. It was two guys, Tran and Jay, and Tran got kicked out of his house because his family found out he was gay. So he went to Jay's house and was like, "Hey, you're a photographer, and you said that you wanted me to pose for you. Could I like do that today, maybe?" And then the problem is that Jay's a serial killer, and so it was interesting. It's great. Honestly, this book is so gross and I love it so much. I hate a horror novel that skirts around being nasty. Like if you're writing horror that's like a more sort of, toned down, I guess, like spooky, not nasty, that's fine. But like these are serial killers. I want to see some blood. I want to hear about guts. Show me the shit or shut up. Like I can't do that. So I'm having a great time.
I love it. That's hilarious. Well, I'm like a couple pages away from finishing House of Hollow. It's very good. It's gone a different way than I thought we were going, which is fine. But I'm like, is this end just going to be really, really sad? Because that's kind of where it's going.
Okay.
I don't know. I like we got the answers. It's one of those things where like you get to the end and then everything's like explained, but I'm still here. So what is the plan? I'm like, cool. We've deduced all the things. So what are we gonna do?
Okay.
Yeah. So
that's fun though.
TBD, but it's good. It's well written and it is kind of gross, but not in like a serial killer gross. It's more like there's a lot of like ants and poison corpse flowers and like gross nature, rotten tree energy. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I love that.
It's cool though.
That's right.
It's a good one.
The one thing I will say, like, I don't know, prose wise might not be the right word for it, but there are like four main guys in this one. So there's Jay, there's Tran, there's Luke, and there's Andrew. Jay and Tran are both serial killer. Or nope. Jay and Andrew are both serial killers. Tran and Luke used to date but have broken up now, and that's really all you know about them. But Andrew is the only one who his chapters are in first person. The other three are in third person, which is like incredibly cool. I don't think I've ever seen a book do that. I'm sure there are books that have, but like I've never seen it before, and so I'm actually it's really exciting. And like when a chapter starts with like I walked, I'm like, we're back. Okay, hello.
Cool.
So it's pretty rad.
I like that. That's pretty poppin'.
Yeah.
exciting stuff.
Yeah.
But this is going good. There's 3 sisters, Gray and Vivi and Iris. And we're following from Iris's POV. But the oldest sister, Gray, she's something. She has like powers. Well, all the girls have powers, but Iris doesn't really use hers. But basically, Gray uses her powers a lot to make people do whatever she wants them to do.
Fun.
Yeah. It's kind of creepy. Like they can kiss people and the people get like drunk on them.
Oh.
And then they kind of go like, it makes them like high almost. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
So that's a thing. And then basically there's this weird world called the Halfway where it's like a liminal space in between the land of the living and the land of the dead. And they describe it as like the space like under your couch cushions where like stuff falls in there and gets stuck. And so there were 3 sisters that went missing, and we think it's these 3 sisters, but then we find out maybe the sisters didn't come back. Maybe something else came back that looks like them. And there's a lot of debate about it. And the parents of the girls basically like it destroyed their lives and their marriage and everything.
Yeah.
And the dad thought that they were like changelings or something. And the mom was like, no, like you need to get over it. So.
Okay.
Interesting. And they have powers and they're like on the run from magical dead people who are coming after them and stuff. So it's kind of like almost a little bit like the Mortal Instruments.
Okay.
If you remember that series.
I remember
when they're like
it.
running around
but
yeah, it's kind of like that, but it's also kind of like The Hollow Places by T. Kingfisher. Except that one I didn't like because it tried to be quirky and I couldn't vibe with that. So
it's a lot when you think a book sounds good and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, you really think you're somebody, huh? All right.
I can't vibe with the quirky books. I really can't. As soon as we get into that, I'm like, I have to go. I'm sorry. Can't be here for this.
I think it's one of those things where once you've like read enough books and you realize that there are books that don't make you deal with that, it's very hard to go back. Because definitely when I was in high school, they were quirked up 24/7, these protagonists I was reading. But then I stopped reading that and now I'm like, oh boy, okay, all right. So I feel that. It's nice to find a YA where they're not like super quirky though. I feel like that's kind of a rare thing.
Absolutely. I really like the main girl, Iris, because she's like, I just want to be normal and like I want to graduate from high school and I want to go to college, and she's really smart. But she's got these weird powers and weird stuff happens around her and her sisters because they have these, you know, they can control people. So it's like nobody wants to mess with them. But also some people are like drawn to their weirdness. Like this weird lady broke into their house and like cut off a piece of Iris's hair and ate it. And Iris was like, that was weird. And that's the opening scene. That's why I put off reading this book for so long, because that's the opening scene. And I remember I read that like a few times and was like, what?
Like, oh, wow.
It was a weird place to start. I think maybe the opening scene should have been something else. Because that was a little, it was a little off-putting when you're like, who? The hair and the who? Like,
yeah.
That was a lot. And then the sister, Gray, like kisses the woman who ate the hair, and then it like kills her. And then the cops show up and you're just like, hello? Too much.
This may be one of the dumbest things I've ever said, but like starting a book is so hard. I feel like, listen, like all of writing a book is hard, but like trying to find like where is the best point to be interesting but still like give people the information. Like it has to have a hook. It can't be too much exposition. It can't, like, it's so hard to have a book that like gets you without like throwing you in the shit where you're like, who's eating hair? What's help?
Yeah. So it's one of those where you get like thrown in, but once you kind of get to meet the characters, you're like, okay, this is interesting. These sisters are unique. I want to know what happened to them, and
yeah,
they all kind of have their own stuff going on. But the oldest sister Gray like does some weird stuff. Like she had a fight with the mom and like left the house. The mom hates her guts. And then she started making like creepy taxidermy and selling it to dudes online so she could pay her bills. And then somehow she became like
Hey, get
a
your bag of gifts.
supermodel because she's like hot. And then she started her own like fashion line where she like includes like engraved bones and stuff into the dresses and like secret messages and stuff. And so
We
all the
love a
celebrities wanted to
businesswoman.
buy her gowns. Yeah, I'm like, wait, how did you go from like making a turducken taxidermy to being like a supermodel? And you're like, your stuff is being shown in like Paris Fashion Week. Like, what?
That's kind of iconic.
That is
I
iconic.
hate to
She's
say
kind
it.
of an icon. She's kind of an icon, but you're also like, girl, you need some help.
Yeah.
Help.
I
Weird.
My book started with Andrew. He's in prison because he's killed 23 people. And the first
That's a lot of
chapter,
folks.
it's a lot of people. And like, listen, I feel like serial killer media has completely distorted like people's idea, not to get on a true crime rant real fast, but like it's really distorted people's idea of how many is like average for a serial killer to actually kill. Most of them are ganking like 5 and then they're getting busted. Like it is not those like Bundy numbers, that's why he's so famous, is because like that's a lot of fucking people. But so this dude has killed 23 people and has been busted for it now. And then he breaks out of prison because he realizes that he likes he likes dead people so much. He's very Jeffrey Dahmer like inspired, but he likes dead
Ooh,
people so much that he's like, I could probably pretend to be dead. Like, I really think if I just like work super hard on it and like achieve like Zen, I can just stop my heart for long enough to like get out of here. And he does. Because I thought it was gonna be like him trying to do this for a bit, right? No, chapter 1, he's like done, did it, figured it out, we're all good to go, stop my heart, everything's great. And then he gets to like the room where they're about to do the autopsy on him, and he's laying there on the table and he's like, I didn't really think through like how to come back to life though. So like there is a shot that I'm like stuck like this. I hope not. And then he figures it out and he kills the guy who's doing the autopsy, and then he just bounces and now he's just home free. It's like, oh, okay.
it's that easy, huh? Okay,
Um, I don't think
that's
this book
terrifying.
has any supernatural elements, but they did sure start with a man just saying, I think I could stop my heart if I really try. I think I can do it for like an extended period. Like, it has to be long enough. So they find him, they take him to the doctor. The doctor's like, yeah, he's dead. I can confirm it, time of death, but I can't do the autopsy. They take him out of the prison to another place to do the autopsy. They get him set up. The 2 people come in to do the autopsy, and then he wakes up. And I was like, was this
That's
like 5
hours.
hours of you just like
Yeah,
fully like so I don't know. I just don't know. And I can't wait to see
that
because they
is.
don't give you as many chapters from his perspective. And I think it's because
Hmm.
they know that like he's everything, he is an icon. Everybody else is kind of just like a normal person dealing with being gay in the 80s, and then Andrew's over here like, and I'm just going to stop my heart for a bit if that's cool with y'all. It's like, okay, King. I guess.
Also, like, why was that his move of like all the other options he could have done? Like, dude, you're a serial killer. Like, couldn't you just kill your way out?
You'd think, but
But
no.
you said, let me get like scientific with it for
Well, but
no reason.
the great thing about it is so like he wakes up, he kills the people doing the autopsy and he bounces, but then everybody's like, wow, it's so messed up that somebody would break into the autopsy room and kill the autopsy guy and steal this corpse of this famous serial killer, so he's completely home free. Nobody's looking for him. Everybody thinks he's dead for real. Like they didn't think like, oh, he got us. They were like, no, well, hey, he must have been dead, and they just so he's just vibing, truly.
They just thought somebody stole the
They
body.
thought somebody stole the body,
What?
and I was like, I don't know if that would be my first thought,
I mean, I'd be
but
like, well, that's weird.
yeah,
But also, I'd be like, well, I mean, this is kind of what he does. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you didn't think you got bamboozled, that there was
Well,
like a
you didn't think you
possibility?
got bamboozled by the guy who was so slick with it that he managed to murk 23 people and keep them in his house and didn't get caught until the 23rd? Like, he had the cops called on him before because they were like, the smell in your house is disgusting. And he's like, yeah, what are you going to do? Sorry about that. Garbage disposal's backed up for like years. And I'm like, he's
Garbage
the king of
disposal's backed
bamboozling.
up. Wow. And nobody said, well, have you
The riz on this
we'll call
man.
someone for you. Like, what? The cops
No,
weren't like, we need to come in and see your garbage
literally, like,
disposal or something.
bro, I'm walking through the park too late and 15 cops are on my ass being like, you know, it's shut down at sunset, right? I'm like, how? I don't know.
Yeah,
I just don't know. But it's great.
that's wild. That sounds really good,
Yeah,
honestly.
I'm really liking it. There is one weird element that I'm hoping has a narrative point to it. I'm hoping somebody learns a lesson on it because the amount of fetishization of Asian men is wild. 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 I've never in my life seen anything like this before. And like I I don't I'm like cuz the characters who are doing it are like not good people. So I'm like
Mm,
maybe this'll be like a commentary of some sort.
right.
Or maybe this book just came out in 92 and this lady was just absolutely down bad for Asian men and wanted everybody to know. I don't know yet. But I kind of wish it would stop. It is really
Interesting.
weird. That is the one part of the book that I'm like actively not liking at all is how often they bring that up. Like multiple
Hmm.
characters have been like, yeah, I'm trying to collect like men from all the different countries in Asia. I'm like, all right, we don't got hey, like hey, if we could not do that. I'm fine with the murder. But it is like a little weird.
Richie draws the line at the Asian fetishism or whatever.
Just
Oh my god.
we don't gotta. Well, like this book
That
is
is
already weird
weird.
enough without us doing all this. And then like the
Is
one
it
Asian character who's a POV character, he's like cool and fine, but like every character in this book is so weird to him and I'm like, "Can you let my boy live? He's like 20." I'm like, "Leave him alone."
that's so weird. Is the
It's a
author
lot.
like a white lady? What's the
Yeah, I
from
think yeah,
92?
maybe.
Hmm.
I don't this is like the worst author picture I've ever seen in my life. I'm
It's
not even gonna lie.
giving it was the 90s.
It
Yeah.
absolutely,
Love the perm
absolutely.
though. That's hilarious.
Love love the nasty choppy bangs. That's what's gonna happen when I try and trim my bangs in the bathroom tomorrow. Um,
Nuh-uh. I've seen you cut your when you cut your bangs and it didn't look like that.
that's fair. That's
Thank
fair. A
God.
couple people called me Zoe Deschanel though, which did hit different, so I'm gonna try and avoid that this time. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I am completely unclear as to why it's in there. And like,
Hmm.
if the
Right.
author is Asian, then I hope it's some like reclamation. And I also, you know, you deserve better, Queen. Like this is so weird. Don't do this.
Yeah,
So
that is
it's
strange.
odd.
Interesting.
Do you
Hmm.
ever like? I feel like there are so many times where there's a book and I'm like legitimately loving it, and there's like one thing that just sticks in my craw. Like, how do
Mm-hmm.
you personally weigh that out? Where you're like, because like with the amount of that going on, I'm like, I don't know if I would like recommend this book because that's kind of a wild thing to just
Yeah.
be like, you should read it, and then just let people loose and all that. That's kind of wild.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I say recommend it with that asterisk of like, there's this thing and it's weird. So, if you're like not in the headspace to read about that, just be aware that it's there.
Yeah. I
But if
also
you're
do
like,
have to make a I do have to
yeah.
make a correction. Poppy Z Bright has come out since this book was printed. He uses he him pronouns. So I did not know that until I just looked him up, and sorry about that. I will use he him from now on. My beat. Doesn't look like he's Asian though, so this is kind of whack. I'm not I'm not loving
You're like, either way, something here is amiss.
it.
That's
we'll,
funny.
we'll use those right pronouns, but like, hey, King, don't love this for you.
Mm. Yeah, that's strange.
I
Very
know.
strange. Well, I have a couple pages of Paul, and then I also like 75% of the way into that Swift and Saddle country book.
Yeah.
And that one does a weird thing. And now that this is like the second book I read from this author, I'm starting to pick up on like the things she does, you know?
Yeah.
But she does this weird thing where like she's giving the characters mental health rep, which like go off. That's not the weird part. The weird part is the way she brings it up. So
Please,
funny.
don't even mention
like
you're
takes
depressed in my novel. Disgusting.
in my novel, in my romance. No, but like we're in whatever the hot cowboy west. It's not that part's not relevant. He's just doing his cowboy thing on the ranch, whatever, with the cows, and then all of a sudden, in his internal monologue, he's talking to us about his depression. Like he doesn't know, like you, but you know. But why would you bring that up?
It's yours.
And weren't you just like, you were bottle feeding a baby cow? Why did you go into an inner monologue and be like, my depression? Okay. I'm crying. It's so funny though, because it takes me out of the story. And
5
then I'm
hours
like,
into my shift.
Yeah, but he goes on like weird internal monologue tangents about his depression. I'm like, does this man have depression, or did you want him to have depression? But he doesn't, and like doesn't know what it is. Like that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
And she did it in the first book too, with his sister who has like ADHD. She'd be like going along, and then she'd be like, "Oh, my ADHD," for no reason.
Oh, that's interesting.
It was like, gotta check that rep box, huh? All right, that's
I guess. It's so weird, like any kind of representation to have it come up naturally. And I don't know that I have any advice for writers, but I will say that the characters just being like, I have depression to themselves is maybe not the way. Maybe that's not natural, actually. I rarely sit there thinking to myself about my own ADHD.
And like, it makes sense if you like catch yourself doing something and you're like, ADHD is showing today, huh? Okay.
100%.
You're not like, that's different than what
I'm
was
not
giving.
unpacking that at the store.
Right, exactly. You're in the middle of a task. Like you're not going through the therapy session in your own head. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's a lot.
But it did make me laugh. It did make me laugh though. So I don't know. And then the love interest lady is like an interior designer. They're like working together on this guest ranch thing that they're building on his giant family's ranch. And she's got like tattoos and she's from the city, and she has like an ex-husband from San Francisco.
This is a Hallmark movie.
Baggage, and it is. It's a Hallmark movie, except there's more smut.
Love that.
So, and more depression, to be honest.
more depression. Yeah.
That cracks me up. Also, I was not on the comments.
Oh.
Hello. Yes.
Oh. I'm reading Exquisite Corpse by Poppy Bright. Yes, Dahmer is evil. We are not. Listen, I'm not trying to sound like one of those folks who's like, Jeffrey Dahmer is actually pretty cool if you think about it. Fuck that. No. I actually didn't know this book was like that one of the characters was based on Jeffrey Dahmer until I was like in the book, and they like in the intro basically are like, yeah, this is about Dahmer, and I was like, oh, okay. I picked it up because it was a gay horror book, and I was like, I am gay and like horror, so you know, we're working with what we got. But fuck, such a weird statement to make. Fuck Jeffrey Dahmer. Gross. Also, did we ever get any update on how's Agatha Christie going?
Yeah, we got to hear about Agatha. How's she doing?
What's she up to?
How's it going? Yeah, what's she up to?
They heard we never read Agatha Christie, and they were like, bye, and just bounced.
Yeah, they were like, these people are not for me. That's understandable. That's funny,
That's
though.
fair, honestly.
That makes me laugh. Oh my god. Well, I've been finding some more new horror books that I need to read.
Okay.
So there's one. Let me pull it up. The cover. I don't know what the cover's doing. I haven't figured out what it's giving. Also, my
Mhm.
iPad updated, and now things are not in the correct location. Hello, what happened? I had buttons here that are not here anymore. I can't
Oh
get. I feel like I'm
no.
85. Hello, move my buttons. That's what do you think this is?
That's fucked up.
I know it's a free country, but God, I can't find shit in the toilet right now. Lord, Lord, what? I know I have
Roll
more
back.
ebooks
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
downloaded
whoa.
than
No,
this.
no, no, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Who?
You can't find what in the what? What did you just say to
You
me?
heard me.
In my house?
You heard. You heard. Oh, I have to tell you about something else. I just went down like 4 rabbit holes and got totally derailed. But I
I
found
love
this
it.
other book. It's gay and it's horror, I think. It's an anthology.
Okay.
It's called We Mostly Come Out at Night. And it looks really good.
That looks
New
sick as
release.
hell. That's very reminiscent.
It
Hang
does
on.
look
That
sick as
reminds me
hell.
so much of oh my god. Me dying because I fell off my chair. I can
But
get
yeah,
this
this one
book.
looks really good. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. The Way I Never Read That. I'm
It's
awful. I
good.
need to still read that.
Humongous L
Dude.
for you,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Yeah. You're so right. And you absolutely should say, okay, I'm adding that to the list of like spooky books I need to read soon. But I think I'm going to do another video soon where I'm going to read this because it looks dope. I've never heard, okay,
Yeah.
I heard one person talk about it on Instagram and they just posted the cover on their story and that was it. And I'm like, what? Who is this? Who is she? Beautiful. Love to see it. Okay, where's my? Oh, thank God, I found my other stuff. God, I was touch and go there for a minute, and then of course the thing I'm looking for is not in here.
Of
For
course.
God's sake.
I do have
Anyways,
to
I
I do
found
have to
this
tell you while you're on the hunt. So I read this lesbian pulp fiction from 1952, which this cover we love to see.
52.
Yeah, 52.
That's
And it
awesome.
was so good and so sad. Spring Fire by Vin Packer. It hit. It was fantastic. And I was so on my lesbian pulp grind that I bought a poster.
A poster.
Look at this
That
shit.
is so cool.
I love it so much.
Oh my
I need to figure out
God,
where to hang it up, but I'm obsessed with it. I'm
dude,
so
that's
excited.
dope.
It says a whispered about subject. I'm like, damn
Oh
right.
my God. You know what that
Oh,
reminds me of?
this little
My
butch in the
stupid
corner.
my little brain was like, that looks like Nancy Drew's hot gay aunt.
You have never been more the havoc
It's
that
true.
George wreaked on my young sexuality can't be overstated.
She's aunt to you. Ugh, I'm
That's my
dying. Okay, even my Goodreads looks whack. What is going on? Who stole my
You're
to
in the
shelf?
trenches right now. Oh my god.
Oh my God. I'm crying. This is so. Ugh. What is going on? Stupid updates. They update my stuff and then I turn into like a granny. I can't find a thing. What is happening? Where's
I
the
do kind of
one
love that
book I'm
for
looking for? Something about the house. That's from the
you.
titles are always so generic. You're like, it's a
Oh
haunted
yeah.
house story. Okay, called
Yep.
what? Something about the house and the something and the who and the
Like the spooky house, and you're like, great, thank you so much. I'll
right?
be sure to remember that.
Oh, thank God I found it. After 700 years, it figures out what she's talking about. We used to live here. This
Oh,
looks really good.
whoa, that looks sick as hell. Okay,
But the cover was not giving a lot, but I've heard really good reviews for it recently.
all right.
It sounds really cool. So, I'm curious. Oh my
Um,
gosh. People are like, I did
I
not expect to love this book so much. Debut
I feel
horror.
like a bad cover really like is the worst thing that could happen to a book. I saw this movie I saw this movie the other day, and the movie poster looks so insane. And this movie was so boring. I need you to know this movie
What?
was so dull. And it looks like it's gonna be like some Cujo shit, right?
Yeah.
No, it's this dude who he like starts, well, it's about a girl and she starts dating this dude she meets on Tinder. And then she goes to his
Oh
place to
boy.
hook up. And there's like a dude in a dog suit there. And the guy's like, "That's my friend. We can't, don't, he's going through a lot right now." And
And
like,
she's like, "What?"
she gets mad and she leaves, but then she's like, "You know what? He's got a lot of money. So I'm gonna jump back on that." And to me, I'm like, listen, I'm less mad about you having your friend who's a furry staying in your home than I am that you like didn't warn me that your friend who's a furry is staying in your home. Do you know what I mean? But it turns out that
Mm-hmm.
the friend is not, I mean, he is going through a lot, but he's not doing this by choice like the rich boy is like making him. But it's like a drama. Like the movie is like a drama. And I was like, you
What?
cannot have this be the poster when the dude in the dog suit is like a full victim. Like he's not doing anything the whole movie. He just hangs out and pretends to be a dog.
Because the rich guy's like making him do that?
Yeah. Yeah, let me see if I can get, this is just him in his little dog suit.
That's really weird. And I don't
Yeah.
like that at all.
It's not a very good movie, I'm
Ew.
not gonna lie to you. It's like 90 minutes or
Yikes.
so, or no, it's shorter than that. It's like 70 minutes or something, so I definitely like it's worth it, but it's not great.
You were like,
But
what
it
did I
did just
just
make me
see?
think. I'm like, book covers, movie posters, you gotta like kind of fit the vibe of what is actually going on. Because when I clicked on that poster at 1 in the morning on Amazon Prime because I was bored and couldn't sleep, I didn't really want a drama about whether she's gonna hook up with this dude who has a friend who's a furry. I kind of wanted to kill her dog. Or like,
Well, also, she's not even hooking up with the guy who's a dog. So, like, what are we
no!
even
She's
talking
just hooking up
about?
with a guy. And he's like the most boring guy on the face of the planet. He's just rich. And I was like, alright, girl, whatever.
That's
Have fun.
dumb. That's lame. You know what? While we're talking shit, you know what I want to talk some shit about? Is this right here.
Mm.
Don't mind the awful crack of my hip that just popped. Don't mind that at all. This right here. I finally read Home Before Dark by Riley Sager. Have you
Yeah.
read this book?
No, I haven't because I kind of don't read Riley Sager, if we're being honest.
No, and I right, and you should say it. I read his other book that came out 2023, the one that everybody hated. But I liked it because it was
Okay.
so dramatic and like didn't take
Yeah.
itself seriously. It was just funny to just
Yeah.
sit there and like laugh at it. Everybody was like, "This book is terrible," and then I read this book, and then I was like,
Mhm.
"Wait, what?" Because people are like, "Oh my god, this book is like really good."
Yeah. You're the type of person who
So
you need expectations low. When you go into something
yes,
and you know it's going to be trash, you can vibe with it no matter what the quality is. But
yeah,
if one person who you trust is like, this slaps, and then it doesn't,
yeah. Then you're like, "Oh, what? This book?"
what's it about? Is it
It's about
like
this.
a haunting?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yes, but no, but I don't even know if the book has decided whether it's a haunted house story or if it's just a house story. You know what I mean? So this girl, there's a house. That's all you need to know. There's a house and there's
There
people
is a
in it.
house. Okay.
Uh-huh. This lady, Maggie, her dad dies,
I've
and
heard about
this girl needs
I
some
just looked up the
therapy.
plot summary. I know what this book is about. Okay, okay, okay. I've watched
Yes.
people talk
And
shit about
yeah,
this.
her dad dies and then she inherits the house.
Yeah.
And yeah, when she was growing up, they lived there for like a month or whatever, and then they fled because her parents said the house was haunted.
Yeah.
And her dad wrote this whole book about it, and it's kind of like the Amityville horror or whatever. And she doesn't believe it, thinks it's bullshit, whatever. So she gets this house, and she's like, "I'm gonna go and figure out what's what." And her mom's like, "Don't go," and she goes. Uh, no way. And so, but okay, the part that got me though is it's dual POV, so we get some chapters from her dad from
Okay.
his book and then some
Uh-huh.
from her.
Okay, okay.
And the dad, I don't like this man. He like his first chapter or whatever, he's like, "Yeah, my wife and I were having like marital issues and fighting, and so we decided to buy a bigger place so we'd have room to get away from each other. It's called Get a Divorce." Anyways, So they buy this mansion because it's cheap, right? And the realtor lady walks in and makes the sign of the cross as she opens the door. What? And there's like creepy portraits painted on the fireplace of the dead family who built it. And the guy's like, this seems great. And his little daughter, and in his POV, the main girl, Maggie, is like 5. She's like, this is creepy, Dad. And he's like, no, it's good. It's like a cheap house. It's like really nice. And he gives her the dead girl's bedroom to sleep in. And they buy the house. What? And the guy, this is the part that got me. Is the dad is like, yeah, my wife just got like a good job or whatever. And so I am going to be a stay-at-home dad with the daughter. Mm-hmm. And he's a writer. And he's like, I'm going to work on writing the next great American novel.
Mm-hmm.
You? That's your goal. You've like never written a full-length book in your life. Like Steinbeck, please sit down. Like no one cares. I don't know how to tell you this. He's just like so conceited the whole time. I was like, brother, can you just like pay attention to your kid who's like super freaked out and not put her in the dead girl's room and stop trying to write your next classic novel because I don't know, he thinks he's Gatsby or something. It's weird. I'm like, dude, no. Please, if we could take the ego and like turn it down like 10 notches, then I would care, you know?
If my husband and I were fighting so much that we needed a house with more rooms so I didn't have to look at him, and then my kid was like, I hate this place and it's creepy and weird and people died here, and then my husband, who I already hate so much that we're buying a bigger house so that I don't have to be around him, was like, let's do it anyway, and I had a well-paying job, literally, sis, what are you staying for?
Literally, they bought the house with her inheritance money because her grandpa died. And the husband was like, we have to have this house. And she tried to be like, I don't think we should. Like, the realtor literally just told us that, like, the previous owners, like, it was a murder-suicide in the house. And he was like, but it's really cheap. And, like, we just won't let that bad past of the house, like, affect our future or whatever. What do you mean?
What? Run that by me one more time, King.
We're just gonna like pretend it didn't happen and not tell our daughter that somebody died in the house. And then when she's like, hey, I'm seeing ghosts, they're like, oh yeah, so something bad happened here. She's like, yeah, bitch, I know. The ghost told me. Like, where you been? It's unreal.
That's
unreal. Lot. But it's so weird to me because in one POV, he says there's ghosts in the house. Mm-hmm. And then when Maggie goes back to the house, she's like, no, there's not ghosts. She thinks it's like real people doing the stuff. I just wanted the ghosts. Like Maggie's POV, like, we didn't need that. I didn't need you to make it about normal people.
Yeah.
Like, this house is creepy. Just let it be creepy, you know?
Yeah.
But I didn't need him either because he was annoying. So.
You know what's funny is that plot sounds kind of similar to the like middle grade horror Wait Till Helen Comes.
Oh.
And it's kind of wild when I'm like, you know what would be a better book than this best-selling adult novel? There's this book for 8-year-olds that's called Wait Till Helen Comes, and it is just ghosts. Spoiler alert, but Helen is just a ghost. It's not like a guy in a Helen costume.
I love it. Also, I think this one is kind of like the September House.
Mm-hmm.
Another horror. That one was so much better. From a mom's POV, and ghosts like creepier. The ghosts are creepier. There's like blood that drips down the walls every September. It's creepy. And it's also gay. And it's also just like badass and doesn't have annoying men in it. So, you know. This is like the September House, but worse. No, this one, the September House. You've probably seen this cover, maybe, but it's good.
Oh yeah. It came out. You froze for a second, but I see it now. I've seen that cover. You're good. Yeah, it came out like last year, I think, and it was good. So yeah, it's a better version of whatever Mr. Sager gave me there. So
Whatever. Also, he has a new book that just came out, and everybody says it's hot monkey garbage. So I think I'm gonna read it just so I can see if it's garbage. I don't know. It sounds fun.
I just feel like, um, why are we still rocking with Riley Sager? I feel like every time, like, he has a book come out every 8 seconds, and all of them are trash. I'm like, do you think if maybe you spent like more than 2 months writing these books, they might be good?
Yeah, I feel like before it could have been better. Just make it the one POV and put all the spooky shit into the one. That
Yeah.
was more interesting than having to go back and forth. And the thing too is it was like something would happen in the past chapter with the dad, and then the girl in the present would experience the exact same thing. So you feel like you're reading the entire book twice.
Yeah.
You know?
I feel like there are ways to do that. Like, there is something fun about like the parallel of like I'm not opposed to the idea of like this dad experienced this hauntings when the girl was 5 and now she's an adult trying to figure out what's happening. Like, there is something there, but I'm like, don't like do it good. Like, just do it well. I don't know. Just
do it good. And there was a couple things in Maggie's POV where I was like, okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down. But a lot of it was just like, we're going to the same closet and opening up the same shoebox, and there's the same photos, and we're gonna look at them again, even though we just looked at them in his POV a second.
Well, yeah, and also like, did she not read his book?
She like, literally did like 700. Yeah, like what? She's just like going around the house to see if what he wrote was real because she thinks he's a liar.
Oh, okay. Fun.
She honestly, most of the book was like her having mommy and daddy issues because she thinks her parents are liars about the whole book thing. I was like, girl, you need therapy, and I don't need to be there to see it, actually.
Yeah.
So, but whatever. But yeah, his book, Middle of the Night or whatever, the people are saying it's worse because it's actually from a guy's POV the whole time. So the girlies don't like it.
Rough that he made his name off of writing women poorly, and then when he writes a man, he can't even do that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that seems to be the case from what I've
Riley,
heard,
you wish you were Nat Cassidy. You wish you could gaslight me into thinking that you're not a man.
Nat Cassidy is on a completely different planet than Riley Sager. They're not even in the same stratosphere, these two folks. Unreal. No, Nat Cassidy kicked ass with Mary. That's so good. Oh my god.
What a slapper.
He has a new book coming out in 2024 at some point. I don't remember what it's called.
I saw his like short story one at Barnes and Noble the other day. When I bought Exquisite Corpse, actually. Those were the two I was deciding between, was this guy and then Nat Cassidy's. And the only reason I didn't go with the Nat Cassidy is because I've been wanting to read this one for like 6 years, and I was like, I should probably go for it. But
absolutely.
Yeah, go off.
Love to see it. Well, I gotta ask you about something else. What's going on in Minnesota? Have you been to the Mall of America?
What? No. No, it's okay. Here's the tea about the Mall of America. And like, listen, granted, I have not been there, so maybe I'll go. Maybe next time we get on a video together and I've been, I'll be like, I was so wrong. But like, it's a mall. I've been to them. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's big. But I feel like that's something you got to do when you're like 12 and give a shit when things are like big. I'm not. Malls are expensive. What am I going to do? I'm going to go troll around, not get on the roller coaster because that's surely built for children. Spend too much money to go to the movie theater when I could just go to the movie theater with axe throwing that's by my house. Get an Orange Julius. I get like it's a mall. It's a mall. So I just have no interest. But I have been going to cool places. Like I said, there's a movie theater with axe throwing inside the theaters. You can go watch a movie and then go throw some axes and then bounce. That's really sick. I've been to a speakeasy here that's like in an old office building that was really cool. There's a really fun club called the Gay 90s, and I went to a foam party there, which I'd never done before, which was an absolute blast. Destroyed my skin because it turns out dancing for like 5 hours straight in soap, your skin gets a little dry after. But so fun. There's like a really cool gay bar that's like a soccer bar where they just like play soccer all the time, and like I went there and I went to a drag race viewing party. Um, so lots of fun shit around. I just don't give a fuck about the Mall of America. I found this I found this place called Odd Mart. That's like an art. They have like a bunch of books and they have like a bunch of art sales and whatever. And I went there when they were doing like an art walk inside where it was all these local artists and whatever, and that was really rad. And I got this boy. Sorry, let me take it out of the plastic because that was the worst glare I've ever seen in my life. Fighting for my life. This guy was only $8. Look at this.
Ooh.
Look at these weird little guys. So that was really fun. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. I think the nice thing is like, so like my sister isn't here today because they're at roller derby practice right now. Like,
you ever just? I love that for them.
Stuff to do around here. So basically whatever you're really into, you can find stuff. I went to an independent bookstore around here that was super rad. Everybody there was super nice. I walked in and I was like, I don't read genre fiction, but I want to get into sci-fi. Help me. And they were incredibly cool and got me the Becky Chambers book, and love them as Moon Palace books. It was really rad. Lots of, despite the fact that I work at the biggest coffee chain in the region, there are a lot of cool independent like coffee shops that have really awesome vibes. Yeah, lots of shit to do. So I've been having a good time. But not at the old MOA. I also have gone to the Minnesota Orchestra more than I've been. I've been to more concerts since I've been here than I went to in the entire 3 years that I was in Moscow.
Wow, I haven't been to a concert in so many years.
Dude, the concerts here absolutely whip, and it's all like, well, not all, but a lot of it is like the exact brand of annoying indie shit that I listen to. So I have seen 2 of my 3 favorite artists live since I moved here last July. Got to meet them. My favorite band, which was so sick. They were awesome. Went to like an orchestra concert, like a symphony that was like, I think it was for Juneteenth. I don't think it was on Juneteenth, but went there, and they had the composer for all of Jordan Peele's horror movies was there because he had written a piece for this concert. And so I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden they like bring the lights up, and they're like, and a huge special thanks. That he stands up and he's like 3 rows in front of me. Like,
oh my god.
Yeah, no, it's been absolutely rad. The art scene out here
That's super
bops.
Cool. That's really super cool to know, because well, Peyton and I have been wanting to come see you, obviously, but so we just want to go and check it out and see, if we would maybe want to go. But part of that too is because Peyton's been having a lot of animation stuff kind of over there, because he knows some people who live over there who are doing some of the animation for some of the big YouTubers that he's also worked for and whatnot. So like he had one of his animations that was going to be in like a little film festival in Michigan. And so we were kind of like, dude, it would be so cool to be able to go to some of these things that are happening, that some of his work is in it, and we never get to go because it's over closer to where you are. So
absolutely,
we were like, dude, if we lived in Minnesota, it would be no big deal to just go to Michigan and take a trip and go to see this whole thing.
Well, and like,
so
I'm not going to say it's like super close, but like you drive for 6 hours in Moscow and you hit like Boise or the middle of Washington. Like, you don't hit a big city, but like here, I'm like, you're relatively close to Chicago, to Detroit, to like, you can basically hit up anywhere in Wisconsin. You're already in a metropolitan area. Like you are really kind of like in a really good spot to be in big cities if that's what you want to do, which like with his line of work, I feel like is definitely a pro that he can like get to a lot of these like actual big cities. I'm going so
Yeah,
hard in
I
this
think
law. I want you to move out here so bad, but also I do just think it's cool. Like, I do like it here.
yeah, but I also think, we're kind of at that point where we don't necessarily want to live in the big city, but we want to be
Mhm.
close enough that we can get to stuff to do and, other
Well,
things
like,
that are going on that's related to his stuff and all that.
right now, I basically live in, like, suburbia. Um, I live by like a community college that has a cute little Japanese garden. And I am telling so much about like at this point people could just roll up to my apartment. I might as well just give out my social security number for how much I'm telling. But I live like near community college. I live, like a mile away from like a couple nice restaurants and, a coffee shop and they call it the Cub out here, but it's like it's basically Albertsons. Um
Hmm.
but like so I live kind of near that area. It's like a 10-minute drive to a movie theater and that kind of stuff. I'm about half an hour out from like the city proper, so I don't really have to deal with
Mhm.
like that kind of traffic. I don't have to deal with that kind of like stuff happening all the time, but it is very easy to
Mhm.
access if I want to get there.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
Yeah, and it's also
It
really pretty
sounds
out
good to
here. I mean,
me.
the
Plus,
gnats are eating me
yeah,
absolutely alive right now, but it is really pretty.
yeah, I've heard that they have big mosquitoes and it's hella humid.
Yeah, that is true. I
That's fair.
that I
But we
cannot
also
deny.
have the fires. Everything's on fire over here.
Yeah, you know what? The sky is
It's
not
rough.
orange out here, so that's a huge plus. Yeah, I heard
Yeah, no
Oregon's up in
kidding.
flames.
Plus, yeah, there was one not that far from where we're at. Pretty big
Mhm,
fire. So yeah, it's like 103 and
mhm.
smoky
Love that.
from all the forest fires. That's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
really the vibe, to be honest.
yeah. To be so real, feeling like you live in a campfire is actually not that cool.
No, it's not. It's really not that cool. It's not cool. Also, okay, I have to know because I'm becoming an old woman and now I have different priorities. What's the
Mhm.
deal with the heat? Are you dying of heat stroke? Do you have air conditioning there? Central AC? Is it a thing? Do you
You
not need it?
You definitely have central AC. I don't use our AC. We just have like a box fan set up in the like we have like a sliding door. And so we have a box fan set up there and that's kind of what we rock with. It's hot. I'm not gonna front. It's it'll get up. But the thing is like so it gets to like 103 there and it's like really dry, but like the highest you're seeing out here is like 93. So it,
Mhm.
it is humid, but it doesn't get like unbearable. Um and also, like,
Yeah.
because they're prepped for that, everywhere does have AC, like, they are very well equipped for it. I've heard the winters are absolutely brutal, but I have yet to see it. It snowed once this winter, so I actually can't speak to that. But
Hmm.
it sounds like they have pretty good infrastructure in place for like what they have going on, which is nice because frankly,
Mhm.
I feel like where you live is unprepared for
No, they
every
don't.
weather. Like, I feel like they just don't have anything for
Mhm.
anything. They need it to be 72 and, like, balmy, or else they're like, "Oh god," like, which is wild
Yes.
because, like, you
Yes.
live there. Like, what
Yeah.
figure it
It's
out.
crazy. I know. Well, and I feel like it's changed so much since I moved here in terms of like the heat and stuff. Like we used to have fall and spring, and now we just don't. It's either like way too cold or and
Mhm.
snowy and awful, or it's like way
Yeah.
too hot, and nobody has central AC, including like my office, to the point where it's like I have to go else to other things that are in my house and not my office so I can work
Yeah.
without dying of heat stroke. It's crazy.
Yeah.
My boss was joking that I look like a kidnap victim when I'm in these Zoom calls because I keep moving around to wherever it's coolest and my background keeps changing. And she was like, I'm so sorry. I'm like, dude, I'm dying, for real.
Yeah.
And I'm one of the few women in the office who's not hella pregnant, and I'm still dying. So like, no, not it,
Gotta be
bro.
honest, you couldn't pay me
Crazy.
to be pregnant in the summer. My mom had me late September, which means she was
No.
pregnant for the whole summer and, like, hella pregnant for the whole summer. No, 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 couldn't be me.
Mhm.
I'm trying
Dude,
I'm
yeah,
trying to
my
get
mom
pregnant
end of
in
August.
July. So, like, I just don't have to deal with it. Ugh.
Absolutely. I know those people who have kids like right before Christmas, and then you just have like Christmas break and everybody's just chilling for the holidays. Nobody's worrying about anything. You're just like hanging out by the fireplace. That sounds great.
Stunning.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. All these people, it's so hot and smoky and ugh. Oh, it's gross.
Yeah.
Every single day when I have to go into the office, I'm like, what? Why? What am I doing? You know? I literally dead ass the other day. It was so hot. I was sitting in bed sweating to death, and I opened up another app. I was like, I wonder what the temperature is in Minnesota right now. It was like 95 here. It was 74 in Minnesota. I was so mad. I was depressed.
Oh well, and it's breezy out here too. So honestly, even when it does get up to 95, like you still got a breeze going. It's pretty chill. It's not too bad.
You're not hurting.
I have had way worse summers than this one. So
have you gotten to see the Great Lakes yet?
No.
Lake Superior?
So I've been to the Great Lakes, but like when I was a kid living in Ohio, we drove up to see them. So I have seen them, but not since I moved here. But honestly, I was talking about this the other day. I don't know if it's just the circles I run in. I feel like nobody does any like the concept of like being outside and like doing outdoor things is very, very ingrained in like where you live and like where I grew up and that kind of where it's just like you go camping at least once a summer, every summer, and usually into the fall.
Right.
Everybody I know has been cliff jumping. Everybody I know like goes hiking on the regular. Everybody I know like plays at least one outdoor sport in the winter. Like, you know, it's like a huge thing. And out here, like I was talking to one of my coworkers today, and one of them was like, "Hey," to another coworker, she was like, "Hey, have you been camping?" And the other coworker was like, "Yeah, once." I was like,
Ever?
What? Like once? And she was like, "Yeah, I just don't really. It's not really something that, like." I was like, "Oh, like it's not really like a universal thing. There's definitely stuff to do outside, and it's really pretty out here. But I feel like people make it more of like an event. Like I feel like where I grew up, it was like you didn't like plan to go on a hike. You kind of just threw on your shorts and you were hiking. And like that doesn't seem to really be the vibe out here. So I feel like people, because that's not really a thing as much, people are like people are much more equipped to be indoors. Because in the summer, kind of the vibe when I was a kid was like, find some shade, brother. Like it was very like you figure it out. But that doesn't really seem to be what the deal is here.
Interesting. Yeah, that is one thing. We're definitely, I mean, here not equipped for the heat at all. And like where I'm from, everything has central AC because it's hot, and we know that, and it's been that way for ages, you know. And here, it's like, did y'all not think about this? It's hot.
Summer happens.
Yeah, no, Peyton didn't even know that central AC was like a thing.
Whoa,
I was like, what?
That's wild.
I was like, dude, my first central AC went out once when I was a kid. My mom about died.
I grew up in like the same state that you're in, and like in the southern area, they damn well know what AC is. Like they're not messing around with that.
Right.
They're definitely equipped for the heat out there. They're not equipped for the snow down there.
Up north.
But yeah, up north, I guess they don't prep for that.
No, and I'm sweaty. I don't like.
I do remember that though, where one of the years that I was living out there, it hit like 104 for like 3 days straight, and I was just like dead on my chase lounge, like,
yes,
trying to survive.
Absolutely.
Can't relate right now. I will say though, I washed my face this morning, and I already like you can very clearly see how like sweaty and gross I am already, and it's been a day, so like the humidity. If you already have oily skin, I didn't realize I had oily skin until the first time I moved somewhere that was humid, because I've always lived in such dry places that my skin has been mostly just like it balances out. But now out here, I am sweating every day of my life. I feel wet constantly, so that's kind of a bummer. But
that is a bummer. But the art scene sounds really cool to me, because I've never lived in a place that has anything like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very different vibe.
It's
Sounds
kind of
dope.
nice because it feels a lot like where you live in terms of like there is a theater that is very similar to the one that's across from where we used to work. There are like the dance classes like the kind that like Katie and I like went to and stuff. So they do have a lot of the same like small town feel artsy stuff, but it's on such
Hmm.
a bigger scale that you really can kind of get niche
Cool.
with it. Cuz like the art that I showed you
That's
where I
pretty
got
cool.
the like this boy um
Hmm.
is a local comic book artist and they have like all of his comics in their store and he just like happened to be there for this art show. So it's a lot of
Dope.
that. It's a lot of people just kind of happening to be in town, which is
Yeah, it
pretty
seems like
awesome.
a place people actually go to,
Yeah,
intentionally because it's cool, not just
100%.
it's not just the locals or people who are
Yeah,
there for school or whatever.
yeah. Yeah,
That's super
so
dope.
I'm I'm big into it.
Exciting.
I'm not gonna lie, I really like it. And
What's
it's
your
also a
thought in
place where
terms
like
of staying?
I'm down to stay right now. I like honestly, the thing is when my sister eventually moves, I'm gonna have to figure out like what I'm doing in terms of like, am I just gonna be living alone? Am I gonna find a roommate? So that's kind of in the
Hmm.
back of my mind, but I'm definitely sticking around for the next year. I just signed a lease for that, and like I dig it out here. I wouldn't mind at all. It's
Cool.
like a little pricey, but that's just because of the housing crisis. It's not really that expensive compared to a lot of places, and the pay is really good. So like you can get by. Um, so because like I'm working, and I've said this to you before. You know what folks are making at the coffee shops in the town that we live in, and it's like $2 at a PB&J an hour. Um,
Hmm.
I'm making
Yeah,
over
no joke.
15 just flat rate and still getting tips, which is pretty sick. So
Yeah, for sure.
so if they're paying that for folks working at a coffee shop, I'm like, you get a real job with like a degree, like you make some money, which is nice.
Sounds good to me. But how was it
Yeah,
coming back to see your family? Was that rough? With all the fights and
weird.
weird?
Yeah, I don't know. It was fine. It was fun. It was kind of the first time. I think I'm finally getting old enough where I'm like it felt like normally when it's like I'm going home to visit my family, and this time it felt like I'm going to my mom's house and my dad's house, and then like I'm going to come home when I'm done with that. And I think that was kind of the first
Mm.
time that I'd really had that feeling around it. So that was kind of weird. But it was I mean, I saw my brothers, that was awesome. We went they had the first the county that my mom lives in had their first pride and it happened to be the weekend that we were there. And so my stepdad was like, "Do you want to go
Cool.
to Pride?" And I was like, "Yeah, dude." So we went to the first
Oh,
ever Pride in the county my mom lives in. And it was awesome. It
wow.
was really, really fun. It was like me, my sister, my mom, my stepdad, and my uncle all rolled up to Pride. It was a blast. So
That's awesome.
yeah, yeah, it
Way
hit. It
cool.
was really rad. Yeah.
Interesting. Man. Were the flights rough though, having to go all the way there and then all the way back?
It was the first time in my
It's
life I've
kind of a
watched a
ways.
movie on a plane. I've never taken a flight that was
Ah.
long enough to watch a movie on a plane. And honestly, the only reason I did it is because it was like what time did we go? My sister walked back in to pick up their stuff for Derby. What time were we on that plane? Like 6 in the morning?
On the way there, the flight took off at 10, and then the way back 5:30.
The flight took off at 5:30 in the morning on our way back home. And I was planning
Oh
on
no.
sleeping through this flight, but then I got sat next to this guy who, and no, like, listen, it was in no way his fault, but he was built like a fucking linebacker, so he was like in my seat, like just big old shoulders, big old fat, like he was just yoked up. And I was like, if I fall asleep, I'm gonna fall asleep on this man. Like I know
Ooh.
already, I'm for sure I'm gonna lean over and end up sleeping on this guy's shoulder, and I can't do that. So I watched the movie to try and stay awake. So it's like 6 a.m. I'm watching a Sofia Coppola movie. My eyes just glazed over.
The lights are on. No one is home.
Honestly. I didn't even normally I review them on Letterboxd or whatever. I don't even think I gave it a rating because I was like, I don't know, dude. Like, you could have shown me that could have been a snuff film and I would have no way of knowing. Like, so
That is
that was a little wild.
hilarious.
And then immediately caught COVID when I got back. But it was like a week after, so I don't think it was like from the plane. I think it was like from one of my dumbass coworkers or something like that. But yeah, just settling back in after being gone. I got a concussion 2 days before I left to go visit my family. Came back and then immediately got COVID and was like, can I please can I get a break?
Dude, got a concussion doing what?
Me and my friend got rear-ended and whipped forward and then whipped back and thrown my dome on the seat. So that was a little rough.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Was that your car?
It wasn't the most fun, but we're fine. It wasn't my car. No, I don't have a car. So I was just the passenger. Which also, the cop was asking me so many questions and I was like, I'm sorry, I was the passenger in the car that got hit. Can you leave me alone? Like, what? I don't have anything to do with this. I could not be less at fault if I tried. Like,
you're like, I was sitting. That's what I did. I was sitting there, and that's all.
Yeah, I was sitting, and then I was slamming my head into the seat, and now I'm concussed, and it's like 90 degrees outside, and I'm sweaty. So can you just please not ask me so much right now? And then I could tell I was concussed because he asked me my apartment number, and I went,
Whoa.
And he was like, yeah, and I was like, I had no idea what my apartment number was, and I live there, so that was rough.
Yikes.
Also,
that
getting on a plane with a concussion makes you aware of parts of your brain that I was not previously privy to. I did not know. But all of a sudden something would start hurting and I'd be like, I guess that is a part of my brain that I just don't ever think about because normally it doesn't feel like this. I'll tell you that.
Normally I don't feel it, but today I'm feeling it immensely.
Yeah, in this pressurized cabin, turns out that is a part of my brain.
Yeah, that's really how you want to feel when you're sitting next to this giant dude on the plane and you can't rest.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
You can't really be like, hey, so I'm concussed, and it's 5 a.m. So can I just sleep on you, please?
I should have, honestly.
To the stranger.
What's he gonna say? Worst he could say is no.
That's so true. Worst he could say is you have problems. Just take a nap. It's really not that deep.
I'd be like, yeah, I know. I'm concussed and I'm on this flight at 5:30 in the morning. I have plenty of problems. Can I sleep on you or what?
Oh, God. Okay, so you had a weird ass time because you went all the way there with a concussion.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sure did.
So.
It was fine. I apologize.
You get there and your mom's
later. I was like, sorry if it was weird, I wasn't I was a little messed up. And my dad was like, no, actually it was great. We me and your stepmom both thought it was an awesome time. And I said that to my sister. My sister was like, yeah, because you were too concussed to get in a fight with them about politics.
That's hilarious. Was I wrong? Oof. That's a fair point. Well, yeah, my parents are coming to visit next weekend.
Okay.
So, yeah.
You excited?
Yes.
I'm sure your mom's going to be so ready to talk about the wedding.
Yeah. Yes. But the problem is, it's there's so many other things going on, with all the work stuff and whatever. Yeah. So I'm after a whole week of work, I feel like I'm just the worst version of me. You know what I mean? And then it takes me the whole weekend to be, oh, I am a person and I don't hate everything. Just certain things during the 9 to 5, So, and especially when your family's coming to town, on a Friday, and you're I might be the worst me that I am on every Friday,
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's
not. Yeah. Yeah, plus all the wedding stuff. And yeah, they were like, can we go like tour the venue? I was like, I'm not going to bother that elderly man to see if we can walk through his house so you can see it. Like, you're going to see it in like not that long, you know? And they're like,
so
other people are getting married there. Like, summer is the wedding season for everyone else. Like, I'm not gonna walk it and just call and be like, hey, I'm sure there's like some other bride, but like, can I come and like crash it with my parents? Can we go tour the bathroom at least? You know, if nobody's in it, like, you know, I was like, no, we're not. I'm not even gonna like try to cross that bridge right now. Like, absolutely not. No, no, I don't have like much to show them. To be honest, like my dress is in the shop, it's getting alterations. The venue, people are doing things. There's not anything to see yet. Like you're not going to see it until it's like happening. And then you're going to be like, oh, this is a wedding. You know what I mean?
I feel like that's kind of how weddings normally are, though. It's like, yeah, you can look at this table, but it doesn't have the tablecloth or the centerpieces or the flowers or anything going on. So like it is a table and it will be there.
Exactly. Yes. It's like the whole thing is in here. It's not here, you know? How do you explain that? It's very weird.
I feel very like weird. Didn't they get married? Shouldn't they know?
You know, you'd think so. You'd think so when they did, but it's so long ago that like they don't remember. Like I asked my dad, I was like, how did you propose to mom? And he had to go and ask her because he didn't remember. That's how long they've been married.
I love that.
That's what happens when your parents are older. They're like, we did that, but I don't know what we did or who was there or what I said or they don't recall anything. And I'm like, well, that doesn't help me. You know what I mean?
Right. Cool.
Yeah, well, it was in like the 80s is when they got, I think.
Damn. I guess your parents are
because they were married for a long time. Yeah, so it was like everybody had a perm and like weird stuff you wouldn't have. I was like, well, what about this? And I'm like, the what? The who and the what? I'm like, I don't even think that's a thing you can do anymore, to be honest. You know,
I'm so obsessed with that.
These things. I'm like, that was iconic. Their wedding cake had stairs on it and bears. Richie, I don't think I can explain to you.
I think you gotta find the pics and send them to me though. I don't need to see pictures of your wedding cake. I'll be there. Can you show me the pictures of the stairs and bears cake?
Dude, it was like 2 cakes with like tiers, and then there was like stairs in between the cakes, so the bears could play Chutes and Ladders. I don't know. Wow.
That's everything.
Yeah,
that's actually everything.
It was. I've never seen a cake like that in my life, but I saw the pictures and I was like, I don't think people could make that today if they tried. Can you imagine you walk into the bakery and you're like, I would like a cake with the bears and stairs, and they'd be like, goodbye.
Now it's just opened up a whole world to me where I'm like, listen, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna be like, let's just have fun with this. What do you got? How about you tell me what you know how to make, and I'll tell you what all is going on the cake.
Yeah. But yeah, and there's been like so many things I hadn't ever thought about. I had a 2-hour meeting with a florist a couple weeks ago. 2 hours. I was talking to this woman about flowers. I don't know anything about flowers, first of all. And she's asking me if I want the these kind and the this kind and the pictures and the whatever. And I was like, cool. I was like, this is what I want it to look like. I don't know what any of these flowers are called. I know nothing. And she's like, show me these flower books and let me pick stuff. And she was like, what if we put this in there? It's kind of fuzzy and it looks like velvet, like the dresses. And we could do this. And we got to get the greens right. And I was like, brother, I don't know about the greens. That is, whoo. I'm paying you to know about the greens. I don't know about the greens.
I was just going to say, at a certain point, it's like, aren't I paying you? Can you like put something together, brother? Like, I'm not trying
but it's one of those things where, to be a florist. Yeah. So. Right. But the problem is with these kind of things, people don't want to mess up your wedding. So they ask you like 1,000 questions, like that cop when you were concussed. And you're like, I don't know. I'm just sitting here. You know what I mean? Like you genuinely, like these areas are so like specialized. You're like, I have no idea what you're talking about. You know? it's so beyond me. But everybody wants to get it right. And when you're the bride, you have to like make all the decisions. And it is horrible if you don't like love dictating. If you're not a dictator, then it's rough.
I used to have a friend who she had 2 weddings planned for every season. So she had 8 full weddings planned, set, ready to go, binders, Pinterest board, like fully set.
Wow.
And I used to just say I was taking one that she wasn't using. I was like, I don't give a
Yeah.
flat fuck what my wedding looks like. So I'm just stealing a
Right?
binder and we're just going with it.
Yeah.
And I wish I was still friends with her because now I'm like, well, who's gonna make my binder now? Me? I'm not. Me at my
Right?
wedding.
Yeah. And the problem is, like, you make a Pinterest board or whatever, and then by the time you're getting married, you're like, this is the ugliest shit from 2008 I ever saw. You know? I'm serious. I had to go through and be like, oh, that was so long ago. That's like illegal now. We can't have a crazy wedding. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's so many things. You don't even like think about it. And everybody wants you to make decisions. And gosh, yeah. People are like, what do you want the garlands on the tables to look like? I'm like, I don't know. Leaves?
I feel like the other thing has to be like knowing the names of things where it's like, I'm sure you have like a picture in your head, but you're like, God help me if I can tell you what it is.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yeah. And everyone wants you to have like reference pictures for how you want your hair and what every single flower thing has to look like. And the groomsmen, the this and the tables and the, and you're like, I don't, you know, and then you're like, well, I just kind of freeballed that. So if it looks like shit, it's definitely my fault. And you just like kind of hope that it will like come together and not look like a really bad altogether.
I
don't know.
Yeah. I feel like the more of my friends who plan their own weddings, the more I'm like, wedding planner is an indispensable gig in our economy, truly. Like somebody to just be like, I'll do it. Like, oh, I should marry you, honestly.
Yeah, it's crazy. I know my mom was like, you should get a wedding planner. I'm like, yeah, the thing is, then they're gonna ask me more questions. And like I still have to make the decisions. That's the problem. You know?
Yeah, so now I'm paying people
when
money
like,
so they could ask the questions.
Yes, and that was my thing. As I was like, I could just shut up and make the decisions myself and not have to talk to somebody else and then let them talk to the vendors. And you know, it's like this middleman thing too. And but a lot of the vendors are like surprised. They're like, oh, I just get to talk right to the bride. Like that never happens. I'm always like talking to like the mom or I'm like, it's me. Hi. Yes. I'm making
trying to get this done.
Yeah, we're trying to get this show on the road for real.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. But it was real having like a 2-hour discussion with a florist. I don't think I've ever spoken to a florist in my life. Let's be real. About what? Like ordering flowers for my mom for her birthday. That's like a 5-minute phone call. That's it. I was like, they have like so many things. Like what color? I had to pick the color of the ribbon to go on the bouquets for the bridesmaids. Your hand is going to cover it, but I had to pick that color. I'll have you know, like down to those kind of. I'm like, I don't know what's not going to look like shit. Like you tell me.
I'm going to be full Vanna White with that ribbon. I'm going to be like propping the flowers so the ribbon is clearly displayed the whole ceremony, just so people know the amount of hard work that went into this.
Yes, like down to those little things where you're like, didn't even consider this or that or. Yeah. My God. But for the honeymoon, we're going to Montana. And I'm stoked about that. I'm taking a week off from work. I was like, lose my email, lose my number. I'm going to be in Montana sitting in a hot spring. Don't call me and don't you dare ask me to make a decision.
Yeah. No, good on you.
Not doing it.
Honestly.
So I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
But geez.
That'll be sick.
Yeah. And then, there's all these other things you don't think about where people are like, oh, you guys have to get on the same car insurance. Because if you're married, you can't be on separate things. And like, you have to have joint health insurance and like your phone plan and when you have all your stuff separate, you're like, oh my God, I have to get married and then immediately like do all of these things. That's
Are
crazy.
you taking his name?
No.
Okay, work. Because I was gonna say that's a whole other stack of paperwork.
Yes,
Everything you've
I
ever
know.
done,
I looked
you have
into
to
that.
change your whole ass name on. Ooh.
Yes, literally all your bank stuff and everything. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a lot. I was like, I'm gonna worry about that later if I feel like it. That doesn't
100%.
need to be a right now thing.
No.
Too
Go
much.
off.
My mom was like, you should do it. I was like, no. I don't want to. I don't feel
Fair
like
enough.
it. Ugh. Too many things. Yeah, so I'm like trying to think about all these things, and then work is crazy, and then YouTube, and then everything.
Yeah. It's all hitting.
But it's always hitting at one time. 100%.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
So what happened with your car thing? Because I know your old car died on the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then did you have another one after that?
Well, no, I was saving money so I could get another one, and then I got hit with not working for 2 weeks of June because I was concussed or in Idaho or sick with COVID. And then my cat got sick, and I got to spend a sexy little $750 at the vet for that, and now I get to go back again in a week. So the car has been put on hold for the time. And I'm just kind of saving money as I can, doing what I can. So we're out here. I'm gonna have to get a good ass coat for this winter though if I don't get on it, because walking to work is gonna not be great.
No.
No. Yeah.
It's gonna be real cold. Or maybe not. Who knows?
It's gonna be a little chilly. Yeah, or maybe it's gonna be mild as hell and not snow at all, and all these Minnesotans lied to me. Lied right to my face.
Is it worse, like closer to the Great Lakes, or you know what I mean? Is it something like that?
I
Or it's
honestly
worse in
think,
other
like,
parts, or
not to be political, I honestly think it's just climate change. Because, like, they get slammed, like, every year. Every single person who came in was like, this is not normal. And apparently this summer has not been normal either, because, like, it is way, like, rainier than it normally is. Which I think, I guess, is just making up for not being snowy this winter. But I'm no scientist. I don't know.
Sorry.
right? You're like, and I just got here, so it's normal to me.
Yeah, honestly.
Whatever.
So,
Popping.
But you missed the full month of it being -20.
My sister just said that I missed the full month of it being -20. So yeah, I did miss that. We love to see that.
Fun.
Ugh.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Peyton and I are like, if we do move, we got to plan it around the winter. That's the problem. Between this winter and that winter.
Yep.
That's rough.
Yeah. Not going to be the most fun.
No.
I feel like you can do it. Getting out of there it'll probably blow, but like you're on the highways for a lot of it, and like typically the highways aren't like as bad. Because I moved from Idaho to Pittsburgh in January a lot of years back, but it was cold as hell, but like the roads weren't bad because I was on highway the whole time. Like it only really got bad once I like got into town. But even then, that was because I got into town at like 11:30 p.m. so nobody had plowed. So I feel like if you time it right, you actually like will probably be fine. They have a ton of plows out here. So it'll be cold, it'll be a pain, and your cat probably won't love it, but you'll get there.
Yeah. Well, he's already grumpy anyways, because I don't know what his deal is. He's
How is
teething
he
and
doing?
he's a baby. He's he's chonky. Shocker. and not in my house, that I would feed the hell out of something and it would gain weight. No way.
I love that.
So the vet, he got all of his baby shots, so he's all good there. He's growing like a weed. He's getting to the point where he can jump up on stuff now. So there's very few places where we can hide things from him that he can't get it.
Okay.
So he loves the bathtub, and he will go in there and run around and be loud as shit in the bathtub, which is funny. And he likes to steal stuff. So he'll steal your socks and like take everything under the bed. Which is interesting. He loves metal. Because he's like a crow. I don't know. He loves metal. He likes to chew on it if he can. And he likes string and bathtubs. So when he figures out that we have a metal kitchen sink, it's over because he's gonna be in it all the time. So
that is the most cat description I've ever heard. I ask how's he doing, and you say he likes metal and string and bathtubs. Like, yeah, I guess that sounds about right.
Yeah. Absolutely. He jumped in the toilet the other day because fully of his own accord, we were not touching him. He just jumped right in the open toilet by himself. Yeah, because he has to get up on the toilet, get up on the bathroom counter so he can sit in the sink, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, because it's a small bathtub. Hello.
Naturally.
It all makes sense if you really think about it like a cat, you know? Anyway, so he didn't realize the lid was up. So he just jumped right in the bowl. It was really funny, actually. Yeah, and then immediately he was like, "Oh god," and had to jump out, like get toilet water all over the house, like 5 minutes before I was trying to leave for work, as they do. But that was really funny, actually. Yeah. So yes, and we put some stuff on the wedding registry that was like cat toy stuff. So some of that has started coming in, and he got this like mega rainbow tunnel thing that has like 5 tunnels that are connected. So he's got that, and it has a bell on it. Only one bell. And I was like, why'd they only put one bell? That seems weird. And then it was like the night after I set it up, and Peyton was like, dude, it was like 2 a.m. last night, and all I could hear outside the bedroom door was ding, 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 boom, boom, boom. With Rigby just like in the tunnel, the bell and shit. The zoomies.
I love that.
It was really
so much.
Oh god. Yeah, so it's really funny, actually. He's very entertaining, but yeah, he's teething. He bit me yesterday because he's a turd.
Fun.
So that was fun. So yeah, the other day he's getting so big, it's crazy. But yeah, we took him to the vet. He got his last baby shots. And then she was like, actually, he's ready to be neutered. And I was like, he's not even 6 months old yet. And she was like, well, they have to be like at least 5 pounds, and he's over 5 pounds. I'm like, he's fat. He's not, a man. Like, I'm like, that's different. He eats a lot of chicken. That doesn't mean he's not a baby still. Calm down, man. So anyways, whatever. And then of course she's like, well, like there's no advantage to like not doing it soon. And I'm like, I just wasn't like prepared to have to do that yet, because I was thinking it was going to be like in September, or like before the wedding we would do it or something. No, so now I have to get my cat neutered like soon on top of like everything else. And because he's fat and decided that he was going to be big enough to be in their category or something. I don't know. Whatever, as the world turns. But yeah, chaos. It's chaos. I don't like going to the vet. I think it stresses me out more than it stresses out the cat, to be honest. It's so overstimulating in there. There's so many animals. They're like screaming. And the place we go to is under construction right now. So they're like building the rooms that you can like take your pet back to. So they just take your pet, and you're like in the room, and the construction guys are outside like building the place, and like dogs are yelling, it's just crazy. But
straight up, I was so nervous at the last vet visit that they asked me to leave when they gave her shots and like did her blood work, and I was like, no. What do you mean? What do you mean?
They asked
they
you
were
to
like,
leave
"Well,"
because you were so
yeah,
stressed.
straight up, they asked me to leave the room, and so I had to leave and
That's
like
funny.
just sit outside the door like I was being sent to the fucking principal's office as my cat's in there getting shots without me. I was like,
Oh
great,
God.
cool. But
That
whatever.
is really funny though, actually, that they
That was a
asked you to
lot.
leave because you were
It's
so
like,
stressed
damn, I
out.
do have that anxiety
That's a
though,
move.
huh?
You're like, oh, it do be showing though, huh?
I was nervous. I don't know. I went
Yeah.
in, I was like,
Dude,
she's
I
got
get nervous
acne,
too.
she's old. What's
Yeah.
up? I
They were
cried
like,
a
your
little
cat's
bit.
old as shit. That's what's up. Dude,
Basically,
I
yeah, they
know.
were
They
like,
told me
she's
that.
fine, she's nice. They also
Yeah.
made fun of her meow.
Ugh.
Have you heard her little dinosaur squawk?
I think
It's like
so. Yeah.
she doesn't know how to meow, and so she just goes rah rah rah. And so when they were giving her shots, I guess she was doing that the whole time. It's like, no, please. So I came back into the vets are like laughing. I was like, stop bullying her, please. She's been through a lot.
That's hilarious.
Ugh.
God. Yeah, I know. It stresses me out really bad too. And I'm like, they're like your little baby, and
Yeah.
you're like, I don't want you to hurt my little guy,
Well, it's like it's
It's
not
stressful.
like I know you know how to do your job and whatever. Like it's not like me being
Right.
like you don't know what you're up to, but it's just like, man, I don't know. I don't like shots that much. Like and I can't even
Yeah.
tell her
No,
what's
I totally get
happening.
that. Yeah. Also, we're like hella frozen too.
Oh, great. Love that.
So that's cool. I
That's
don't know if I
actually
look
so
hella
fun.
frozen to you, but
You
yeah, we're
definitely
hella
do look
frozen.
hella
I
frozen
tried
to
to
me.
Yeah, you look hella frozen to me too. So anyways, we're frozen.
Okay. Exciting.
I tried to use a different web browser, and I can run StreamYard in Firefox. However, the screen sharing thing to do sprints doesn't really work in the other browser. So I had to go back to Chrome. And then when I go to Chrome, it does this. It freezes. So
Love that.
that's fun.
I mean, if
We
you
love to see it.
want, we can say, hey, we'll do a sprint, and then we can just make it a long one, and you can spend some time figuring that out. We'll just turn the cameras off, and then we'll we
Dude,
can
I
get
can't
that
get my
sorted by the
camera to
time we come
turn
back.
off.
That's really powerful.
Can I hold on? Can I screen share? My buttons don't do anything.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you, I'm looking at
I
it
love
right now, and it looks like I am not frozen. You are the one who's frozen.
Cool. Okay. Sometimes mine just takes a second to get unfrozen. So maybe we'll just give it a second.
Okay.
Oh my
I
god.
know that.
But yeah, the cat thing does stress me out though, man. Having to take your pet to the vet, that hits different when it's like your pet, God, I hate that.
100%.
Makes me nervous. I know. I make Peyton go with me, and he's just like super chill about everything, and I'm just like sitting there freaking out.
I think that's good though.
Okay,
to have one person who's like calm.
Yes. Yeah, he's super calm and chill, and honestly, Rigby's really good. Like he's more chill about it than me. But he really
Rigby is
is.
such a
He's like
cute
whatever.
name. I love it so much.
He is such a nut. But honestly, the name fits him really good because Rigby's like the name of the raccoon guy from regular show too.
Yeah,
So when he gets like nervous or whatever, he poofs up, like his tail poofs up, and he looks like a raccoon for real. It's hilarious.
Hey,
My
I hate to
thing
do this
is
while you're frozen too, but my cat is fully puking on the carpet right now, so I'm gonna be right back.
cool. Oh boy. Cool. Well, folks, intermission for Rigby or Richie's cat and my frozen face. I'm getting
All right, we got her moved over to the hardwood, so we're back and good to go. I wonder what it looks like on here. Let me get up to where it's live. Love Alea's face just frozen, fully muted. Beautiful. All right. Well, I think that while Alea gets this figured out, I'm gonna say that we should set up another sprint for anybody who's still watching. So right now, it's 21. Let's do a little 10-minute. Let's do a quick one. I'll set a timer for 10 minutes. Everybody pick up your book and have a grand old time. See you in 10. All right, let's do another 15 and hope that Alea's maybe back in by that point.
I'm here. Hi.
Wow, the power that holds. Hello. Good to see you.
You too. I realized I came back and forgot to add myself to the stage. Shocker.
I see. Yeah, I was just sitting there. I was like,
Yeah,
well,
I had
damn,
to.
I hope it's going well.
Yeah. Well, I had to force quit my stuff again. So annoying. I don't know why it does that. I don't know if it's the Wi-Fi or if it's the browser or what, but I gotta experiment more with other browsers and figure out why the screen share thing only works in the phone and what else I can do to mess with it. It's so weird.
For sure.
But the book's going good.
Go off?
Book's going good.
Yeah. How many pages you got left?
Oh my gosh. Where's the end? Like 10?
Okay.
Close. It's
do
still
we want to
sad.
do another 10 minutes and let you just finish this boy off and then we can talk about it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
That sounds good to me. Cool.
All right. Bye. Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay. Okay.
That was an
We love
interesting
doing that.
ending.
Yeah.
It was sad
Was-
though.
Okay.
It was sad. There's a guy in here who's the scary oldest sister's boyfriend. His name's Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
But I actually really like him. He's really funny. They had like a funeral thing for him at the end, and that was sad. But I think, I don't know if that ending is satisfying or not, or what exactly is happening there.
Okay.
That's kind of weird.
Okay.
I like this book, but it's one of those things where you're like, okay, once you figure out what's happening with the girls, then that's kind of, it's explained, you know?
Yeah.
It's one of those
Yeah.
where you're like, did I need to know all of the reasons why everything is the way it is?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I like answers, but that's a hard one.
I'm okay with not.
I'm okay with not.
Yeah.
And sometimes when people die, we don't have to bring them back just because we like them. That's a whole nother thing.
Speak your truth. Speak your truth. Yeah, that's But you'd recommend it?
Yeah. I feel like it would
Okay.
be like a 4.
A 4?
Probably like a
Okay,
4.
that's
It's
not
a
bad.
really, it's a really good nature horror. The characters are good. They're funny. They're interesting.
Okay.
There's some interesting magic in here. And I like the idea of the halfway world thing. It's really creepy in there. And you get to
Yeah.
see like the decay that's in there. There's like ghosts, sort of. It's like full of ghosts that are either people were grieving for them too hard and so they couldn't pass on, or they have like unfinished business or something. So they're kind of loitering in this limbo halfway place.
Yeah.
And that's cool. But
Okay.
some of the stuff with the sisters, I'm like, that was cool. It was cool, but there needed to be like some other little like nugget at the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're
Yeah.
like, okay, that all got explained, but like, and what?
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes an
I have to
answer isn't
vegetate
really
on
like
that.
narratively satisfying. It's just kind of like, well, I guess you
Yeah.
answered that.
Yeah, it's like you answered that, but like now what? Okay, they
Okay.
figured out what why they are the way they are, the sisters. And they
Yeah.
figured out what happened to them when they were kids. And they figured out who the creepy guy was who was like stalking them.
Okay.
But it was all kind of the same answer. It's like the answer to all these things is one thing, basically.
Okay. That's
I don't want to
interesting.
spoil stuff. But this is creepy with the two faces. I don't know. I like the nature horror stuff though. Lots of bugs and nasty moths and dead trees and stuff. I like that though. That's super cool.
Love
The
a
vibes
bug.
are cool.
Cool.
Love a bug.
Me too.
All the creepy
Bugs are so
ants.
awesome in horror because, like, listen, even if you like bugs, when bugs are where they are not supposed to be, everybody has that very, like, okay, like, reaction to it, and I love that.
Yeah, I agree. The vibes, really good. The meat of the
Okay.
story, I needed like another side of meat.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's a weird way to
No, it
explain that.
definitely
I'm
does.
not explaining this well.
Listen, I get it. Sometimes it's a good steak, but you're like, you cut off too much of the fat, brother. And now it's just kind of meat. Can you give me something?
Yes, that's exactly where I'm at. It needed
Yeah.
a little more meat on there, just a little bit. But I did like Tyler, the boyfriend guy, and he's clearly like a main part of it. But we needed like more of him. He didn't come in until like halfway through the book, and then I was like, "Who is this Joe Schmo?" And then you're like, "Oh wait, he actually matters," and then he's gone.
Yeah.
So, but also, I think this is her debut too, though. And her second book I think I like better than this one.
Okay.
So
You've seen improvement. We love
I will say that. Yes.
Go off.
So considering that, and I think her second book is also adult. So considering this is YA too, I think it was good. I think it was a YA that was still nasty, and I appreciate that.
Go on.
We love a nasty horror.
We do. We do.
That.
Speaking of
How's your
nasty
book
horror, hey. One thing I love about this book that I feel like a lot of people, like, I say this to, like, my sweet, wonderful mother, and she's like, get help. This book makes me feel, like, sick to my stomach with its descriptions, and it's been a long time since I've read a horror that, like, legitimate, because I love horror. I love reading it. I love watching horror movies. I love horror shows. Like, I'm very entrenched in it. And the problem with that is that eventually it's just a book, right? Like, you know, shut your eyes, bruv, if you're like, you don't have to engage. And so I find it very hard to be actually, like, to feel emotion a lot of times in horror. And I can like it for like the 2017 It movie. I find incredibly charming. I care about the characters. I think they're very successful in that. Do I find it scary? Not even in the slightest. A lot of the, like, jump scare horror, I'm like, you got me with the jump scare, but am I scared, or did you just blast my eardrums with loud music and I jumped? Like, this one makes me feel like ill. It's disgusting. And it's very exciting, actually, to read something where I like, and not even necessarily just at the horror parts. They've done a very good job of making these characters, like, not unlikable, but, like, really sincerely depraved. Like, there's a part where one of the characters has HIV, and he tries to inject his boyfriend with his blood because he doesn't want them to be apart. And, like, it's not played as, like, a horror moment. It's just kind of played as, like, you know, it's like this very, like, desperate, like, romantic, like, is the way it is on the page. And it was like, I almost had to put the book down. Like, it's so hard to read stuff like that. And so, like, they're doing that even in the not horror stuff. And then the two serial killers, they finally met. They met, and oh boy, did they meet. And it was awesome, and it was everything I wanted it to be. And then I don't even know if I can say this on your channel. I'm trying not to get you demonetized. Let me just drop in the chat with you real fast. How do I phrase this even?
You know, it's juicy when Richie's got to put it in the private chat to vet it first. That's hilarious. I mean, I don't know. I talk about some pretty weird serial killer stuff sometimes because I read a lot of those kind of books. So, you know.
Okay, let me try and be a little so Jay, one of the serial killers, they're at Jay's house, Jay and Andrew. And Jay has handcuffed Andrew to a chair. But Andrew has a corkscrew. So it's kind of like you know, they're at a little bit of a stalemate. And they sort of realize, like, real recognizes real in this moment, and they both sort of realize, like, oh, you are actually dangerous, and because of that, you are more like me than you think. So Jay's response to that is he goes to his freezer, and he brings out a preserved body part, a head that is no longer attached to the rest of who that once was, and puts the keys to the handcuff inside the mouth of the head, and is like,
ew.
Hey, you wanna play tough? Play tough. Get the key. And Andrew is like, bet, dude, and does it. And so the two of them are like, we will have a summer wedding. Like, they are immediately like, okay, so
Right.
real. But their response to that is to things happened and the head was involved, and this is a very horny book, and it was completely out of nowhere. where they were both just like talking about the handcuffs, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, I'm in another sex scene, and there's another participant this time. Okay. It was wild. It was absolutely buck wild. It was so gross, and I loved it. I mean, it was awesome because, like, yeah, it's rare that like a book, especially a book, like movies, they can show you something nasty, and you're like, oh no, let me look away. But like a book, it's kind of hard to like spring something gross on you. And I think this book was
Right.
very successful at doing that to me. So having a great time,
Wow.
having a fantastic old time, but also, oh my god, that was things are kicking off. Things are kicking off, and I have
Oh
no
boy.
idea where this plot is going. No clue, not a guess in the world what's going to happen next, which I also really love. This is very like a
That's
lot of
super
horror
fun.
movies and horror books are very kind of beat by beat, where it's like, okay, she goes to the spooky house and then she sees the spooky thing and then she's like, I don't believe in ghosts. And
Mhm.
then her friends are all like, you're crazy. You don't believe in ghosts. And then she believes in ghosts by the end because she sees the ghosts and then it was spooky. Okay. This one, I'm like, okay, so the two serial killers have now met for the first time and have decided not to murder each other. But like, where do they go from here? Like, are they going to become a team, like a Bonnie and Clyde serial
Mhm.
killer duo? Perchance. I don't
Right?
know.
Yeah.
And I love that.
So funny. That kind of it reminds me of Mayfly because there's actually 3 serial killers in that book. But there's
Okay.
2 that also have the like they meet and it's like they're not going to kill each other and it's like spicy. But then stuff
Yeah.
happens to the point where like we never actually get to progress in that to see okay, well,
Mm,
if it's 2 of them for like a long time, where is that going? And I think that's
yeah.
really interesting. I like that.
Yeah.
That sounds really cool. This book sounds really interesting, like gross,
It's
but I
yeah,
get what
it's
you mean about yeah, like we read a lot of books sometimes you're like I feel like I've seen a lot of stuff, right? It takes a lot
yeah.
for you to be like I've never seen this before and also it's gross.
And also it's
That's
well
cool.
written. Like the lines immediately leading up to this sex scene. Um it says I had never savored decay, handled it yes, conquered it yes, but I had never reveled in it. Never until now. And then we jump into it. And I was like, "Oh, like it's good. It's good."
Spicy.
It's
I
well
like that.
written. Yeah.
That's fun. Yeah. I felt like
I have
Mayfly too.
Mayfly
I was
on
like
hold
I'm
at Libby
surprised
and
by
will
this
forever.
and oh, you need to read that. I think you're
I
really going to
want
like it.
to.
If you hate it, then my bad. But I think you will genuinely like it, especially if you like this book you're reading right now. I think
I
you're
don't
really
think I'm
gonna
gonna
like
hate
it
it.
because it's well written. Yeah, it's well written. It's got the double serial killer thing with like romance. There's a lot of weird and like messed up, great stuff that happens in that book.
Yeah.
But I was so like in a chokehold with it because I was like, what is gonna happen? I don't know. These people are so deranged. I don't know where we're going, and I like that sometimes. It's
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah. I think honestly, I think it's just a really good thing. Like for a book to surprise you but not feel like it's out of nowhere. Like when the two of them met, it very much was a feeling of like it wasn't how I expected it. Like you'll probably be able to see on the recording. I went like when they like finally met because he's at a bar, Andrew's at a bar, he's looking for someone to kill and someone comes up and offers him a drink. And he looks up and he gives a physical description that is the same physical description that another character had given about Jay. So you know immediately, you're like, oh,
Mm.
this is the moment. And like, it was so nice because you know before he has to be like, hello, I'm Jay, nice to meet. Like, it's really well done. And they'd already said it previously that like Jay specifically goes for tourists. He goes for people who aren't
Mm.
from the area because he wants to not get caught. And so you're
Right.
like, okay, you have this British man who's been speaking to other people all night with his accent. So clearly Jay knows he's British. So of course Jay would come over and
Mhm.
talk to him. And then you have Andrew who is like talking about his type and the type of man that he likes. And you sort of realize like, oh, and it does line up with the physical description we've gotten of Jay. Like it's very well done. Having a great
Interesting.
time.
It's interesting too because like they're both there for the same reason too, and that's cool.
Yeah. The two of them like sizing each other up and realizing basically immediately because they kiss and both of them were like, something's different about this one, and maybe not in a good way. And one of them explicitly is like, this, I realize immediately this is more dangerous than I thought it was. And it's like, oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, it's very well
there's
done.
there's something about having characters meet when like they're on the same level of whatever it is, that they have going on. And like they've never met anybody else who's on the same level as them in that area. And then they meet and it's like, oh, this is like an unprecedented moment that's never happened for them before, and that's
I feel like that's true of like any genre. I mean, it's why we have like 8,000 Kong versus Godzilla movies,
Mm-hmm.
Like there is just something satisfying about like, I'm gonna watch the best of the best go head to head. And sometimes the best of the best are the best at being gay serial killers in New Orleans in the 80s.
Love to see it.
We really
yes.
do.
That's hilarious. Well, right. Well, then it's like, okay, do they team up or not? Because they have different types too. Or do they, and sometimes too, it's like, okay, do they know that the other one is for sure? Are they trying to confirm it? Or are they just cool with like assuming?
There is a moment, let me find it. It's like 2 pages back. I don't know why I'm acting like I wouldn't be able to find it. Okay, there's a moment after Andrew grabs the key out of the head and unlocks himself. It says, as I stood and faced him, the expression on Jay's face was something like wonder. What are you? He asked. I touched my fingers to the bead of scarlet on his throat, brought them to my lips, and tasted his blood for the first time. Oh, I'm your nightmare. Did you think you were done with nightmares now that you've become one? Like, what?
That's such a good line, too. Oh my God.
It's incredible. Did you think you were
like
done with nightmares now that you've become one? I was like, oh, we're in it now. Oh.
That's so good. That's so iconic. It's exciting. That makes me want to read some more like messed up stuff. Like I've been reading some horror, but it's not that,
Well, hey, next month.
That's really good.
Next month we're reading some messed up horror that has a lot of it is just kind of like dark spooky stuff, but there are a couple scenes in there that are very really really graphic and violent, and I loved them to pieces. I thought they were so awesome. Like, you love a book that's like, hey, I'm a child telling you this ghost story, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, cool. So I think you'll like
You're like TMI.
Honestly.
I'm excited. It's gonna be so good.
Yeah.
I feel like this is the year of reading like smut and like really horror. I feel like most of what I'm reading is like one of those two things. The stuff I'm really liking anyways. Which is great. And graphic novels. I've read so many graphic novels this year too.
Talk to me about graphic novels.
Actually.
How's it going?
Well,
what are you up to?
I have to say, well, it's funny because I'm sitting here. So let me just break out some things.
Go off.
Well, I read this. It's a debut. I think this is the last graphic novel that I read. Very gay. Baker and the Bard. Very cute cover. So cute. It's super tender. And it's got like little people who bake little stuff. Where's the little bakery at? It's cute. It's hella cute. Give me it. Anyways. You can't see anything, but it's like really cute and tender. There's like little fairy people and stuff.
Oh.
Fairy people.
That's a cute art style.
Yeah, the art, loved it. I have to say, I think with the graphic novels I've been picking up lately, the art is stunning. But with the plot, I'm like, I want more plot. Or I want the plot to make more sense. Mm-hmm. Or, you know what I mean?
Fair.
So that's kind of my struggle, I guess. But I liked all of them.
Good graphic novels.
Yeah, I've liked a lot. I haven't loved a ton of them though. But the
Okay.
art is stunning. Like they're killing it with the vibes. But this one was cute, but the plot is like it's like a side dish. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's mostly just gays frolicking in a field, which is super cool. We love gays
Yeah.
frolicking in a field. But gays were doing more stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Let gays participate.
Yes. So
I have so few graphic novels, but I think I'm gonna try. Oh God, ow! I gotta read this guy. I gotta make it happen. Because I have like the deluxe edition. I'm such a weeb for not
dude,
reading.
yeah.
It sucks. Like I need to do it. Ugh.
No, I get it. I have so many books. It's like I gotta read all these books, you know? I know you know
I
what I
do.
mean. You have a lot of books.
Yeah. Okay. This shelf is full. This shelf is full. That shelf is full. This shelf over here looks really full, but that's actually all my movies. So that shelf we're good on. I need to watch those movies because I own them and don't watch them. But such a big fan of collecting physical media. Not as much of a fan of participating with the media in question. And I should stop doing that. I should start
Yeah.
opening the things that I buy. But you know, what are you gonna do?
Yes. I totally agree with you. I feel like this year I've been better about reading the books I physically own, which is good. Unless it's new releases. Because I've kind of gotten to the point where I'm not buying very many books anymore. Which I can't believe I just said those words out of my mouth.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah. I feel like I just got to the point where I was like, you know, I could just read this as an ebook on my iPad. Like I don't need to own the physical copy, especially if I want to like move and whatever, you know. I can only have so many physical books in my apartment before it's like there's no room for me here, you know.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
No, I get
That's
that.
too much. So plus they're expensive. And I don't want to like spend a bunch of money on physical hardcovers and stuff when they're not going to be good. That's kind of my thing. So that's where I'm at.
I bought this one because my uncle gave me a gift card for like a late Christmas present, and so I bought this and the poster, and I bought a bunch of the first out black lesbian filmmaker, Cheryl Dunye, has a collection of short films, and I bought that, and so now I'm like, okay, that was your last buying spree. Stop buying stuff. Start doing stuff with the things you own. I have so many movies that are like still in the shrink wrap. I'm like, just just participate.
I know. And I feel like I get like super excited about new releases that are coming out and stuff. And then I don't read all the backlist books that I own. They're just like hanging out on my physical shelves.
Yep.
So I got to be better about that. But I did. Okay. The last book I bought, I was thinking about this, is another graphic novel.
Okay.
It's called Plain Jane and the Mermaid.
That is so
which
cute.
is really cute.
Yeah.
It's super cute. I think it's middle grade. The back is so pretty with like her under the water and stuff. You can see that. It's dope. I got this
as a kid.
Yes. I want to do like a whole mermaid video. Like a whole reading vlog where I just read mermaid books.
Yes.
So that's why I got this. But it's really cool. I really like the art. And this author has a graphic novel. It's kind of like a partial memoir. Like some of it's true. It's kind of like autofiction, I guess. And I read that a few months ago and it was so good. She's
the author?
Russian. Her name's Vera Broskal. She's cool.
Yeah. She wrote a bunch of kids' books too. I definitely have heard her name.
Yes. She's the one who wrote that kids' book with the angry granny on it or whatever. Yes.
I love that you and I both immediately.
Yes. Yeah. So she's way cool, but she has all these graphic novels and her art is super dope.
That's
so cool.
Sick.
It's super sick. But yeah, I really liked her autofiction graphic novel that she wrote about like going to a Russian summer camp as a kid. It was dope. So I got this and I'm really excited. I feel like this could be really good because hers, at least with her autofiction one, like the plot was really good. You know, it wasn't just like, oh, the art's cool. It's like there's some substance here too, and I like that.
Yeah.
So
Go off.
that's my little graphic novel situation. But I've been really into them as like a palate cleanser this year, I think, in between like all the other stuff with book club and everything else. So that's been nice. But it wasn't on my bingo board for this to be my graphic novel year, but we're here, you know?
I think I told you my only goal this year is to read 12 books. I'm like, if I can get through a book a month, then I'm doing fine. And right now, I have read, this will be my 9th. So I'm actually doing good right now. But I do wish I was reading more.
I get it.
Because, like,
Me
working
too.
at the bookstore was like, I'd read 9 books in January.
Yep.
And now it's almost the end of July, and I'm like, maybe I'll get to 12. That's wild. Just read the book.
No.
Stop watching
I
Supernatural.
totally get it.
Read the book.
No, I totally get that.
I have
feel
to,
you.
okay, I'm gonna get up for a second and show you something though, because so my sister found out that I was rewatching Supernatural and made something for me.
I
that
want to
I
see.
do need to show you. So my sister is an angel and made me a little paper chain for the episodes of Supernatural so that I could like rip one off.
Cool.
So I could rip one off every time I watch an episode. And that was the craziest shot in the world. The incredible thing about that is that there are 327 episodes. So it's pretty big.
That is unreal.
They're color coded by seasons.
Shut up. Jace's dedication to the bit there is absolutely unreal.
So much. I'm so
That's
excited.
iconic.
So yeah, I
So
have this
cool.
now.
I love that.
And so that's gonna maybe make me actually go through with it, because now I have this thing that I can like feel a sense of accomplishment.
I like that. That's fun.
I'm like, maybe
That's
that's
honestly
what I
a
should
really
do
good
with
idea.
books. Maybe I should just make like a chain of 50 and try and get through. I think I should try and do the 1 book a week thing next year.
Mm-hmm.
Doubt I'll get there.
I like that.
I want to try. And I want to, I might talk to you about this. Sorry, the worst sound in the world. This is audio hell for everyone listening. My bad. I want to do like the 1 book a week, but do like specific, like, okay, this week you gotta read, you know, a middle grade sci-fi, and like kind of try and do that, because I feel like I have so much stuff. I could probably find stuff to fill all of it.
You know what you should do?
Do it.
Here's a thought. I have a whole nother thing I could show you. I don't know if I can get it down from the closet though. I probably shouldn't, but I want to.
Are you talking about your board game?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Dude.
I want to see it. Another thing you got to send me pictures of.
I finished it, and it's 1, huge, and 2, stunning. However, I had to put it up in the closet so Rigby can't, eat all of the moss on it that I glued on with my little fingers. I went way too hard on making like a really dope TBR board game, and I need to finally like sit down and film the video and do the whole thing. But my crazy overachieving ass was like, what if I make this board game like really complicated? Why did I do that? So I made this like whole fancy board, and then there's parts of it where I'm gonna have like a TBR jar with like stuff in it that I can pull out depending on like what color space I land on when I'm like going around the board, like Candyland. And then if I land on like a different color, I have to like unwrap a book. So I wrapped some of my books with like brown paper.
Yeah.
And there's like all these different like things that require a lot of like effort for me to prep with this whole board game thing. But I think it'd be cool with your idea if you did prompts, like you were saying, like a middle grade sci-fi or whatever, and you put them all in like a jar. And then every week you just pull one out, and then you read, you like pair it up. So then it's not like, you don't have to be like, I don't know what to read or whatever. You have something to go on.
Yeah.
That could be cool. And then it would be switching it up.
Yeah.
Keep it fresh.
No, I think that's a good call. Well, because I tried doing the wrapping my books, but then the problem was is I'd unwrap a book and be like, I don't want to fucking read this. I don't want to read this right now.
Yes.
And like,
Mhm.
because when it's like all of your books are wrapped and you're like,
Yeah.
I'm in a horror mood, I should have color coded the wrapping paper, is what I should have
Mhm.
done. Instead, they were just all wrapped the same. And so I was just truly
I had no idea.
dipping my hand into a jar of 300 options and pulling one out and being like, that sounds like
Right.
trash, to be honest. So I gotta.
Hi, Allie.
Hello,
Allie, you're wonderful.
Allie. If you have
What
any
I
ideas
did,
for my, I want to read a book a week, and I need 52 prompts for kinds of books that are like, they can be like middle grade sci-fi, or they can be like a book where the mom's dead or whatever. But if you have any
that's
ideas,
dark.
there are so many of them. Why are there
That's
so
fair.
many of them?
I don't know. That's kind of weird now that you say that. But with mine, what I did is I made it like a blind date with a book because I was thinking the same thing. Like if I wrap a bunch of them and I am not in the mood, it's not going to go well because I'm normally like a reader. So what I did was I wrapped ones that have been on my physical TBR for a long time. And there's only like 15 of them. I only did like a small batch. But it's like ones I really am interested in, but I never pick them up for some unknown reason. Especially ones that are like maybe the second in like a historical romance series or whatever, where I just haven't continued on, but I really like the first one. So I wrapped those and I put a little like whatever the genre is on there.
Oh, okay.
Or like some little things. So that way, if I land on that space on the board that's like unwrap one of the books, then at least I can do a blind date with a book and be like, oh, I want to read a romance. And there's like multiple options,
I also think it might be better now because like right now I have like so I have like this shelf is all of my gay books. So it's like gay poetry and plays, gay fiction, gay nonfiction. On this
Mhm.
shelf, it's like kid lit on the top, nonfiction that's about like movies and TV in the second shelf, and then my other nonfiction. And then this guy is like classics on the top, books that I have like multiple books by one author on the second shelf, and then the bottom shelf is just like all the other adult fiction I have. So I'm like, I
Mhm.
already do kind of have them broken up and I know that system. So I'm like, now if
Right.
I wrap a few of them, I might at least have an idea of sort of
Mhm.
what I'm getting myself into.
You could
But
also do a thing where it's like, okay, you have to read a book from this shelf. Like number your shelves or whatever.
yeah, yeah,
That could be cool too.
yeah. A
Book with
book with
twins in
twins.
them.
Where's my phone? I'm writing that down. Because I
That's
definitely
a
own
good one.
one.
I like that.
A
That's a
book with
banger.
twins.
Do I know a book with twins?
Aren't Violet and Edie Bond
Maybe.
twins?
That's as soon as you said that, that's like the same book I was thinking of, and I could see the cover, but I couldn't remember what it was called. That's hilarious.
Obsessed with that.
That's a good one though.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
If anybody else has any other prompt suggestions, let us know. Love it. Hi.
Hello.
Love to see it. Well, should we do another sprint?
Yeah, I'm down.
What are we feeling?
Real fast before we do, I do have to say I'm starting to play D&D again, so I'm about to be the most annoying person on the face of the planet, and like, sorry in advance. I'm so excited about it. My backstory is like getting to be a page and a half long, and we have not started playing yet, so it's game over, to be honest, for me talking about anything else. I'm so excited. Ugh.
That's awesome.
So maybe I'll just read the full player's handbook. Maybe that's my next one.
Go off. Go off. Dude, I'm honestly so proud for finishing a book today. I've been in that mood where I am reading like, why am I reading like 10 or 15 books at once? I need to finish a damn book. Hello?
Yeah.
Girl. What? Finish a book.
Finish the book.
Wish I could. Actually, I just did, so that was good.
Love that.
But the problem is I have to like focus in on like one book. But sometimes I'm like, I don't know which one to pick to finish. And I'm like, well, I could just start something else. And I do. And,
It's been kind of nice for me. And it's not helping my I need to read the books I own problem. But I've been borrowing books from my friends a lot. And then I feel like obligated to finish it and get it back to them because I'm like, well, it's not mine. Right. And I'm going to fully forget it exists if I don't just like bust through it. So like 4 of the books that I've read this
Sure.
year have been books that I borrowed from other people. Which is cool. The problem with like you and me though is like we know damn well I'll give you a book and then move across the country and then a year later you'll send me the book back and still haven't read it. Like that doesn't help us.
I will tell you, I read Liarmouth though.
Yeah?
It was so good,
Stop
Richie.
everything. It's so good, right?
It's so good. Yeah.
I
I read it
love-
and I was like, the problem is I read it and I binged it and I loved it and I was like, I should talk to Richie about this. And then I hadn't talked to you in ages and I just never told you I read it, but it was great.
Okay, work.
I loved it. Yes. Oh my God.
I feel
Ali, you're
that.
so right. And you should say it.
I feel
That's how
it.
I felt about when I started Home Before Dark. I got like 20 pages in and I was like, am I going to DNF this right now? Dead ass. I was so annoyed by that man. I remember I was sitting there like sweating my ass off talking to Peyton. And I was like, am I going to DNF this book? I'm already mad. And I was like, I think I'm just mad because it's hot, not because the book is like that bad. Sometimes you're just in a mood, you know? It was okay. It was, I don't know. The ghosts were cool. The ghosts
That's
for the
good.
best part. Everybody who was alive was irritating the entire time. And that's that on that.
We'll say it once, we'll say it 100 times. Every time I do a video, I feel like we say this. It's okay if the characters are unlikable. But are they unlikable on purpose, or are they unlikable because you think they're hot shit and they're actually just annoying? That's where the line is. I'm fine with a character who's purposefully a dick. But if you think they're the coolest, and honestly, prime example of this, so sorry to everyone who loved those books, and I also love those books, but Triss in the Divergent series, ooh, she really thought she was somebody, and she was not. And that's just the tea.
That is tea. Oh my God.
What are you reading next?
What am I reading next? Smut, probably. And it's one. Okay, where the hell are my apps? This stupid iPad updated. I'm still so butthurt about this iPad update. It's not even funny. Okay, let's read about old Wes. I want to call him Wesley. Smut. His name is Weston. Weston. Oh my God. Who names their kid Weston?
That's anyway. A little bit the Christian movie, and his name is like Mr. Angel. Like, I don't know if I love that. He's in a Wild West book, and his name is Weston. Mm-hmm. Girl, pull out a thesaurus. I can't.
That's like Smut.
That's what Ali, we like to icon. Hear, Ali. That's what we like to hear.
Ali has such good taste. It makes me feel like I am like incompetent. Has such taste. We love to see it. You know what sucks about reading ebooks? Not to pivot so hard, but I can never find where the hell I left off.
Okay.
With the page numbers and oh my God. Yeah. Let me just lay down and die with how many pages are in this ebook.
How long are we sprinting?
Do you want to do another 30 or do you want to do a 45? I know you have like a life and like things you probably need to do, so I don't want to keep you on for like 700 years if you don't, I'm
gonna be so honest. I don't work tomorrow, so I don't care. My sister isn't home until like 10. I am so clean and clear. What I'm going to do straight up after I get off this call is like watch Supernatural. So I do not need to be anywhere. So if you want to do a 45, I'm super down.
I think we should do a 45. I gotta finish a second book today.
Oh
damn,
my gosh.
Not me.
Let's go.
Not me getting shit done, dude. Not me, dude. I'm so proud of myself. I got my car washed yesterday, and I'm finishing 2 books today. Those are 2 things that just don't ever happen for me. That's a level of productivity I haven't hit in ages. That's unreal. That's incredible. Anyways.
All right, 45.
Oh, what book did you already finish? I just finished House of Hollow. Like 0.2 seconds ago. It was good. It was good. I have to say.
Oh yeah, should we say what we're reading? You're reading yours. I'm reading Exquisite Corpse by Poppy Z. Bright. It's a gay serial killer horror set in the 80s in New Orleans.
I'm gonna have to read Richie's book because
You have
that sounds
to.
really good.
It
That sounds
slaps.
fabulous.
I'll tell you
Okay.
if the ending's trash, but I hope not.
I don't think it's gonna be trash.
I don't think so.
I want to know what's gonna happen with these serial killer boys.
With these gays.
Men. They're not boys.
figure
Why
it
am I
out.
saying they're boys? If they were boys, it'd be so much worse.
That's true.
Anyway.
Well, one of them's 20, so that's a little boy-esque for my taste.
Boy-esque. Boy adjacent. That's hilarious. Yes.
It is.
Yeah, we're getting into the spicy portion of these sprints.
Absolutely.
Love.
Yeah, sorry that I just come
Am I
on your
gonna have
channel and read smut, but that's where we're at.
Dude, I come on my channel and read smut, so I don't.
Actually, that's so fair.
Honestly,
Maybe
great.
I don't feel that bad.
Don't feel bad. That's part of what we do here. We read about serial killers and smut. That's why people come here. You know?
That's the vibe.
I'm being for real. It's the vibe. I don't know how I
guess
got
with your
known
book
for
club, that is actually the vibe.
It's deeply the vibe. I wasn't on my bingo card. Wasn't. Whatever. Anyway, I'm gonna read smut. So,
We got this.
bye.
45. I have quite literally 2 pages left, so I'm gonna be there in like 1 second. Oh my god. I finished. Oh, maybe I should put on my headphones. Oh my god.
Are you okay?
The light could not be worse right now. It did not go the way I expected.
Okay.
It was good. It was real gnarly.
Mm.
It was very I don't hate this in a book, but you know how I feel like we were just kind of talking about this I guess sort of at least where it's like you kind of like a book's just happening and it's like it's moving along and then all of a sudden you're like I only have 20 pages left. How is that? And then it's just like and like just snowballs super
Yes.
quick. That was very much this book where like all of a sudden I was like, how are you gonna wrap this one up? And then 8,000 things happened in the last 10 pages, and I was like, oh, okay. So
Yeah.
it was good. It was good.
Did it all come together with the different characters at the end? Was there a reason?
Yes.
Okay.
Very much so.
Cool.
Nicely done. Nicely done. And that was actually kind of nice because that was the moment that made me realize like there's only really 20 pages left is when they started like putting all the pieces into place and you were like, oh no, like I see where they're all going to converge. And then yeah, it was really quick. But humongous L's, you take those in a serial killer book. RIP to the real ones and you do hate to see. It also did very much take a sharp turn into just being the Jeffrey Dahmer story for a second, and I'm kind of glad that they pulled out of that pretty quick because, like, I was like, we don't gotta, we really don't gotta.
Yeah.
But like, there was a moment there where it was just like, oh, I remember like these exact details from the case, like this is very clearly. So that was kind of crazy. Yeah, good. Definitely do recommend and also will say they did not have a reason for fetishizing Asian men. So that just is in there. So if you're okay with that, it's weird and it's uncomfortable, but like it's a serial killer romance, so like the whole book's kind of uncomfortable. So I'm gonna give it oh my god, I'm so like shell shocked right now. I'll give it a 4. I'll give it a solid 4.
Spicy.
Yeah.
I like it. Don't mind me. I'm playing with the cat. If you
I love
see
that.
this, I'm not just over here with my streamers like being weird as shit. I'm trying to entertain the cat because for anyone who saw that, he did come up and bite me in the neck. Thank you for asking. When I had my camera on, it fucking hurts too. I better not look like I have some hickey on my neck because I have to work tomorrow. How am I going to be like, it's not a hickey, a cat just bit me? Like, how do you know what I mean?
I did look over at one point and I was like, huh, her camera's off. Interesting. But I didn't realize that you'd been fighting for your life.
Was for a minute there, yeah. And then he came up and was like all over everything. Tried to steal my snacks, rude. And then I was reading a sexy scene. So I was like, there's just too much cat and spice and thievery happening for me to have my camera on at the moment. You know what I'm saying? We hate to see it. Hate to see me
I'm
almost
over there
hitting myself
going
in the
through the
face.
5 stages of grief in real time as I'm reading the last 20 pages. Like,
yeah. But the cowboy book is good. Okay. like 83% of the way through, so I'm really close to finishing that, which is
Wow.
cool. We're getting to the point now where they could have had a third act breakup and they didn't, which I'm glad because those are really annoying. They
True.
definitely would have, but the guy is actually good at communicating. We'd love to see that. So that was nice that we got to dodge that stupid bullet that she threw out there. Basically, he hired her to do interior design for this guest house on their ranch.
Mhm.
And then they like fell for each other. Well, it's just like a job for her. So she got an offer to go to like a different state for a different job. Are you being attacked by a pterodactyl? Because that's what it sounds like.
That's a car just peeling out in the parking lot of my apartment right now.
Cool. Love to see
bye.
it. Weird. But yeah, so basically she was like, I'm taking another job. Like, we can't stay together. And he's like, bitch, it's called long distance. You ever heard of it? And she's like, oh, you're down for that? And he's like, duh. Like, stop trying to,
Didn't even ask, just assumed.
Scare me
You know
off.
what assuming does.
Makes an ass out of you and me, that's for sure. So, yeah, this man is so down bad for her too. And she's just like, I'm not nice. And he's like, I didn't ask you to be nice. I'm nice. We can't have two nice people. That's boring as shit. Hello.
Oh, we love that.
Yeah, he's a king. I really like him. I like her too. I just wish she would stop being like, everybody hates me. I'm like, no, girl, you had one bad ex-husband who didn't like you. That's it. It was one man who didn't like you. Everybody else thinks you're great. So
You
stop
was a marriage counselor.
That's the tea, folks. So, anyways, but they're cute. But I do like this guy Wes a lot, though. I like him better than the guy from book 1. Okay, book 1, 2, there were some spicy scenes where I was like, no, thank you. There's a scene where the guy spits bourbon into the girl's mouth, and that's supposed to be like hot. I was like, I can't think of anything worse than like backwash bourbon. Ew. That's awful. Funny band name, but it's awful. I was like, that's not hot. At least this guy is like actually, I don't want to say actually good in bed, but I do. You know what I mean?
No,
anyways,
I love that.
But yeah, not that, I mean, no shade to the guy from book 1, but that scene I was like, bye. Anyway, so I like Wes. He seems cool.
I love that.
Intelligent, spicy cowboy man or whatever. Except for his depression that he talks about in his own mind. Oh.
I feel like as I was reading my 1000 sex scene of this book, because I did curse myself, I was like, it did kind of occur to me something that really does like make smut bad, which is like talking too much about the body. Because they were so like explicitly detailed about like the body in it that I was like, this is like it crossed from clinical into gross.
Ooh.
And I was like, it's super compelling as a horror novel, but also reminds me of a lot of like Wattpad shit that I was reading when I was 15, because like we don't gotta talk about that. A good sex scene is hard to write, but you don't gotta mention every detail.
Yeah. Also, okay, one thing for me with the spicy scenes is the word choice. Because sometimes the words they be using, I'm like, you didn't need to call it that. I wish you wouldn't have called it that. You didn't.
Wish we could have
we
avoided
didn't
it.
need to.
Yeah.
It makes it weird. It makes it weird.
Yeah.
And the dirty talk too. Sometimes it's just really bad. And that really takes me out if it's really bad. And you're like, I need to get on the next train and get out of here.
You ever read Dirty Talk where he's trying to be mean as like a sexy thing, and then it's just like too mean, and you're like, I would have left. Like, I hate it more than anything when they're like, and he's a little bit of a bitch, and it's like, that's fine. Listen, and honestly, like, if you're into him being like super fucking mean, go off. But like, sometimes it's like so personal and so like out of left field that I'm like, we don't got to be talking about how embarrassed I was in the third grade. Like, stop. This isn't sexy. You're just being a dick. Like,
Yes. Or I also hate like when they have the spicy scene and then immediately after he's being a dick because he's trying to like push her away or whatever it is. I hate that.
yeah.
To me, that's like, okay, you just like knife to the heart in a vulnerable moment after like a really intimate thing.
Yeah.
It's like you can't come back. You know what I mean?
No.
Your grave is
No.
8 feet deep, brother, you know?
Yeah.
I hate
No,
that.
there is no way. There honestly, like, when I read one of those, I immediately am so taken out of like the romance that I'm like, girl, if you take him back, you're an idiot. Like I turn into like the
Mhm.
dump him best friend and I just stay there.
Me too.
It's like, all right.
Me
Well,
too. I agree with you 100%. Some of these spicy scenes are just not it. And it's really annoying to me, actually.
oh my
But
god, I'm so sorry, I'm yawning. Whew.
no, you're good. I know, we've been on here for a while.
Yeah,
We
we
might
have
need
been
to call it because I gotta eat. And there's a cat in here somewhere
Right.
who may or may not
You're
try
under
to bite
attack.
me again. Oh my god. I don't know. He has his moments where he's like really bitey for no reason.
I
So
love
weird.
that for him.
I don't
Maybe he's
I don't
just got a
know.
lot of energy.
Yeah, he's just like teething. Sometimes he's really grouchy too. I'm like, why are you such a grump? Should have named you Grinch the way you be grumping, you know what I mean? Give this man the wrong name or something. I
Oh
don't
yeah.
know, but God. And then other times he's like, I want to snuggle. And I'm like, I'm on the toilet. Can you give me a minute?
My cats, literally every time I go to pee, they're like, without me, King. I'm like, girl, no, I'll see you
Right.
later. Like they're like walking between my legs. I'm like, okay, like I'm
Yes.
busy actually. So
Dude, yeah, Rigby will try to jump on me when I'm trying to pee because he needs a boost to the sink. And I'm like, I am not a step stool.
no.
I have my own agenda. Like, I don't know what you're doing here. Hello? Just no boundaries, no privacy, personal space. Doesn't
No.
know her.
Never met. Doesn't want to.
Mm-mm. No. Wild. It's wild to me.
Ugh.
But the bad thing is that part of me is like, what if I got a second cat? And I'm like, sit down. You just got one cat. But
I
also,
would say maybe wait until
you
the
know,
move to get the second cat. Because moving
you
across the
know,
country with 2 cats sounds like straight up dick. Like,
you're actually right, and you should absolutely say it. Yeah. Because you
I'm
had
all in
Maisie,
favor.
but then
Yeah.
how did you guys have both the cats in the U-Haul, or was that
No,
were they separate?
no. Eleanor is Jace's cat. So Eleanor was already here
Right.
in Minnesota, and then I moved
Okay.
out with Maisie. And then
Gotcha.
Jace still had their apartment for like a week after we signed the lease on this one. So I moved in with
Okay.
Maisie, and then we could sort of like slowly introduce the two of them over the course of like a week. And they
Gotcha.
still hate each other, but they didn't
Great.
kill each
Good.
other, so we love that. Eleanor's just a real baby who thinks she's tough, and Maisie is like an old lady who used to be an outdoor cat, so she's actually tough. So Eleanor will be like, "What's good?" And then Maisie will turn around and just like hiss once, and Eleanor's like, and like bolts, and they're fighting. Also, you're coming with me while I get a pizza out of the oven.
Poppin'.
We love to see
That's
it.
so funny. How is Eleanor with Maisie being like sick, kind of?
Oh, she's being a bitch. You know how it goes. She fully and wholly, God, just set my laptop in this hot oven. We love to see it. She fully and wholly realized that like Maisie was in the cone, and so Maisie couldn't fight back, and so she was like, "Now's my chance." And it's been they've been beefing. Dude, sick, nice, yes. Oh, yeah. Pizza all over my oven mitt. Let's go.
We love it. We love to see it.
God. Who needs cheese
Ain't
on that
that just
quarter
right?
of my pizza? Great.
We love the real life Richie moments. Love that. Thanks for the vlog. I love that.
That's that's what my whole YouTube channel would be like. It's like, all right, I was filming, but now I want to get a pizza, so give me a sec.
That's such a move.
Uh,
Love it for you. I really do.
hey, we both finished a book.
Dude. Productive.
Productive.
We love to see that. It's a
I love that for
first.
us. Yeah.
It's fabulous.
Yeah. I love to see
Boy,
it.
well, it might be time to go. I mean, you got to eat that pizza. You know what I'm
Gotta eat that-
saying? We can't just
Gotta eat
be.
that za.
You really do. We can't be just chatting into the night. You know?
But I'm so
I gotta
glad we
feed
did
that
this.
gremlin. Yeah, me too.
And
It was good. I needed the motivation, honestly.
me too.
Big time.
And I'll
Big time.
see ya for this. Sorry Sam wasn't
For
here
sure.
today. I hope
I know.
all's well.
Me too.
Yeah.
But we'll definitely touch base with Sam, and I know she's planning on being there for the book club for
Mhm.
sure. I know she's super excited about that.
Do we have anybody else for that book club? I seem to remember somebody else saying that they might, but I don't remember who.
I think it's just us three.
Okay, work. I'm down with that.
I think that's the plan.
Okay.
I have
Topic.
not been on it with anything other
you-
than like
Yeah, you've been on it
Summerween
with
and
everything else.
yeah. So I need to get back in it with book club and get everything figured out and whatever. My one
Fair
thing
enough.
is like I picked books and everything, but the one I picked for September, I'm gonna unpick it because everybody has said that it sucks. And I don't want to put myself through that. And also it's my wedding month. So I'm
Wait,
like,
yeah, wait,
should I just not?
Which book?
Oh my god. It's the new one by Ashley. What the hell's her last name? Winstead? Is that right? That's not right. I lied to you. Not her. Not her.
Oh.
Ashley Poston. Poston. There it is. Her new romance. Something love story.
A novel
Like a
love story?
Yeah, there you go.
People are saying it sucks?
That one. Yeah, I heard a lot of people on YouTube saying they didn't like it because her other two romances did really well and everybody loved them. So I was like, okay,
Yeah.
I'll do her new romance as the book club pick. And now everybody hates this one. So I was
Love
like,
that.
should I pick something else? Should I just take the month off for September because I'm getting married anyways?
Honestly,
I don't know.
I feel like that's fair. Maybe you could have like a guest host or something. Maybe Sam or Aaron or something, or Allie will be willing to hop on and host a book club in your stead.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I have to look into that. But yeah, I was like, what book? What book? Whomst. So TBD. But I'm like, maybe if I can't decide on one, then I should just not, and then I could just do stuff in October.
Yeah. Yeah. Get married and then
So-
jump back in for spooky month. I think that's fair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Well, folks,
Well.
it's been real. But we will see all y'all for book club.
Another time.
For August book club. So check out the book club. We'll leave all the links down below for the Big Bad Booty Witches book club if you want to read some horror with us in August because it's going to be spicy. And until
Look at this
then,
cover.
yeah, we're
How
reading
can you not
underneath.
like this cover?
Yeah, cake. It's got cake on it. What's not to like?
It surely does.
Love to see it. But yeah, dark horror. It's going to be great.
Yes.
I'm super stoked.
Yeah.
Love it. All right. Well, until then,
Till then. See you later.
adios.
Bye.
Bye.